Good morning. Welcome to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. Just a reminder that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Section 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. Also, just a reminder this morning to please place your phones on silent. And I would also like to note that Councillor McCauley will be joining us in roughly 20 minutes or so. He had a matter that he had to deal with here this morning, but he will be joining us. So, and I'd also like to regrets from Councillor Cermak, as he won't be attending today. So I'll be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor McKay makes a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Call to favor. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Looking for a motion to adopt the minutes if there are no errors or omissions noted. I know it's kind of an odd situation. I was the only one here for those minutes, but I'll make a motion to, I don't see any errors or omissions in the minutes, so I'll make the motion to adopt the minutes as presented. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. And I'll move into the introduction, and I'll pass the floor over to administration for the introduction to the 2026 budget.
Are you going to start first?
Sure. So the first item before council, of course, is the introduction. So I'd like to welcome all the members, as well as administration and the stakeholders that are online. First, the legislation applies to the adoption of operating and capital. So in the Municipal Government Act, Section 245, the adoption of capital budget, each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year by January 1st of that calendar year. Section 246, prohibition and expenditures. That's a hard one to say this morning. A capital budget must include the estimated amount for the following: the amount needed to acquire, construct, remove, or improve capital property, the anticipated sources, funding sources, and amount of money to pay the costs referred to in Clause A, and the amount to be transferred from the operating budget. Carrying on in Section 242 is the adoption of the operating budget, which brings us into 5.1 of this agenda. Each council must adopt an operating budget by each calendar year by January 1st of that calendar year. A council may adopt an interim operating budget for part of a calendar year. An interim operating budget for a part of a calendar year ceases to have any effect when the operating budget for that calendar year is adopted. Section 243, contents of an operating budget. An operating budget must include the estimated amount of each of the following expenditures and transfers: the amount needed to provide for the council's policies and programs, the amount needed to pay the debt obligations in respect of borrowing made to acquire, construct, remove, or improve capital property, the amount of expenditures and transfers needed to meet the municipality's obligations as a member of a growth management board. So the 2026 budget portrays service levels as directed by council through policy review, agenda items discussed at strategic planning sessions and regular council meetings throughout the year of 2025. This budget is always the most difficult, the one right after an election. Most of you were not in these seats when the service levels or project priority decisions were made that have the most influence on this budget. Administration has compiled the costs associated with those service levels and priorities as directed by council at the time the decisions were required. Deliberations are for council to debate and make any changes they wish, so that this document, in the end, is one that the committee can recommend for approval to council on December 19th. As always, administration is looking forward to digging in, answering questions, alleviating any concerns, and making any changes to form a work plan for 2026 to present to council on December 19th. if council has any question, or strategic planning committee has any questions, administration would be glad to entertain them.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Emmons. And as we have discussions over the next couple of days, we'll keep a track of items that maybe need further discussion in a parking lot, or we'll keep track of those items and have those discussions on Friday after we've went through a lot more of this information. So at this time, I'll let administration carry on with the agenda and to item 5.2.
Thank you. So we have an introduction to the operating budget. Deliberations will begin with the operational budget. However, there are some overarching items that are going to be helpful in understanding the numbers coming forward. Once this committee is comfortable with those concepts, the departments will be presenting changes or anomalies from prior budget years in comparison to what is in front of the committee for 2026 operations. The binders in front of you may seem overwhelming as you look at them, but they are put together in a methodical way that helps this committee work through the programs or levels of service and the costs of these services. The very first page of the numbers starts with a 4-year financial plan. And just as a side note, the binders have all of the numbers in detail for each of the service levels and a description for each of the service levels, similar to what you would have heard during your orientation. However, the agenda item themselves, the background information in the agenda item is not in the binder. Those are online. There's just 2 different sets of page numbers. So we made the decision to keep the agenda items out. So the page numbers on the right-hand side of the agenda are the page number in the iCompass in the agenda. The page numbers on the summary documents are the page numbers in your binders. But I'll touch on that again as we go. So the very first page number starts with a 4-year financial plan. Jana, can I have you just bring that up? Yeah, I think it's the first attachment there. Yep, there we go. And we can work through what each of these columns and rows mean. Each of the documents behind the first page have rolled up numbers that are supported by departmental summaries, followed by detailed program descriptions and estimated costs of these programs or service levels for 2026. Some of the main assumptions and anomalies in compiling these numbers are that service levels are assumed to stay as directed in the governing documents of each program. Some of these are bylaws, policies, or other legislation. Administration would like to note those service levels that this committee would like to review and bring the list to the first committee meeting in January. So if there's any of those service levels, this is separate from the list that we're keeping track of that you want to deliberate during this process. But if there's service levels or programs that you want to like dig into the governing documents, the policies, the bylaws, and the legislation for what governs those service levels, we'll make note of them. We're going to bring the whole list back to you, the first strategic planning meeting, and then the committee can decide which ones are your priorities. So which one do you want to see at the next meeting? Which ones do you want to make decisions on throughout the year, so that when we get to budget deliberations in 2020, for 2027's budget, you will have dug into all of the service levels and programs that you want to make changes to those governing documents. You'll have much more intimate knowledge of what each of those service levels comprise. Orientation slides, along with the spreadsheet with links to the supporting governing documents, are available for you to refer to as required. All staff are budgeted to receive a step increment if one is available. Each director makes those decisions for each staff member individually. However, the budget is included if they choose to do that. Also, a 3% market adjustment to keep salaries at the 65th percentile is included. Inflation for materials and services purchased to provide services is estimated in most cases at 2%, unless costs are known differently. Projections for 2025 influenced estimated future costs, and adjustments were made to 2026 and future budgets accordingly. Municipal budgeting and financial planning is about determining the programs and the levels of service, estimating the budgets for those service levels, subtracting non-tax revenue to determine the amount of tax revenue that's required to support these services. Operational projects or contributions to other organizations for asset purchase, construction, or reconstruction tend to bring variables into the operational budget that wouldn't both up and down in a way that isn't typical of non-publicly funded operational budgets. Some of those projects are listed below. So the Town of Rockies wastewater project completed had a final payment in 2025 of $752,000 in the budget. So that wouldn't be included in your 2026 budget. So Public Works Operations would not see that amount in their budget. Contribution to the Rocky Gas Co-op's natural gas line and Nordic project was also funded through 2025 operations and subsequently decreases the 26 budget over 25. Increased pressures from the community halls to increase safety and protect infrastructure. Some carry forward projects from the town's rec capital in 2025 are included in 2026, as well as new capital projects from the town in 2026. Other items that affect the overall operational budget: decreases in budget for seasonal staff. There was a review of that, those specific items, and budgeted increase in tax revenue of 5%, which will be a combination of assessment and rate increases. So, and we won't know what that combination will be until the assessment is finalized at the end of February. Any questions on that before I get into the spreadsheet and the rows and columns and what those numbers mean in that 4-year financial plan?
I don't see any comments or
Okay.
at this time.
Okay, so moving into the spreadsheet. So first the columns. Across you'll see the 2025 approved budget, and that's the budget as amended through motions in council throughout 2025. Projected 2025 is the projected actuals for 2025, and is and a reminder, it's just an estimate and are subject to change well into February 2026. Lots of our invoices don't get through our payable system until mid-February. Draft 2026, this is a summarized budget to provide the operational service levels and move forward with capital projects to support those service levels that have been identified in strategic planning meetings and workshops. The detailed budgets roll up to these summarized budgets that administration is recommending. Preliminary 27, 28, and 29. These numbers are for comparability and may not take into account inflationary amounts. Some of these numbers do not, or these numbers do not form part of the budget. So it's not adopted. They are provided for information only. Approval of the 4-year financial plan in no way holds counsel to the numbers as a whole in the preliminary analysis. Exceptions would include multi-year projects that will be noted. Mostly this is to guide council in making decisions for restricted surplus allocation and revenue projection setting. So the rows moving down the left-hand side are the categories that the detailed budgets roll into. The operating section, this is revenues, expenses, and funding from restricted surplus for operations for 2026 programs with the net excess. The net excess will go on to fund future or current capital projects and 2026 debt principal payments. Capital revenues, the second section, we'll just go through each line. So capital revenues are typically grants, contributions from a funding partner, typically the town in fire services for equipment purchase, or the sale of assets that are used for the sole purpose of purchasing or constructing capital assets. Only the amount expensed will be recognized as revenue in the year of the expenditure. So for a capital project that's coming from grant funding, if only half of it's completed, only half the amount that's spent will be recognized as grant revenue, and the amount of the expenditure will be put into a work in progress asset account. Capital expenditures, the funds required to construct or purchase assets that will be used over multiple fiscal periods or years to provide the programs and levels of service as set through the governing documents approved by council. Restricted funds used for TCA. These are the previous year's surplus dollars that are used or could be current years that used to fund the construction or purchase of assets in each year that will be used over multiple fiscal years. All county portions of the capital expenditures are funded through restricted surplus. The entire planned operating surplus is included in the contributions to restricted surplus, and administration has estimated where these should be to fund the projects that are currently in the capital plan. Principal payments on long-term debt. Although the interest paid on the long-term debt is rolled into operating expenses, the principal pay down needs to be shown separately. The debt payment noted in 2026 is the final payment on a debenture taken by the former village of Caroline. Unrestricted funds designated for future use. This will be the entire surplus from operations. The change to unrestricted surplus are the funds available to fund future priorities or current priorities. Municipalities are required to have a zero deficit each year. Any surpluses should be allocated to specific projects, and deficits need to be funded even if that is through debt. So what are the numbers telling us? Projected 2025. During the regular council meeting on November 26th, the financial projections for 2025 showed an additional surplus of approximately $7 million. As noted in the agenda item, this is due mostly to an increased revenue and investment income and decreased expenses over the organization. Any of the capital projects that aren't completed will see a recognition of the grant revenue that was spent or moving dollars out of the restricted surplus accounts as it is spent. If projects are rolling into 2026, those dollars will be available that weren't spent in 2025. The 2026 draft operating budget, each department will be presenting changes to their operating budget from 2025. Both revenues and expenses vary from year to year based on a myriad of variables. This ranges from cost of supplies to grant availability, horse availability to contractor rates and partner organization work plans. All variables are taken into consideration when identifying required budget for current or proposed service levels. This budget assumes inflationary costs at varied levels depending on the services or supplies that are being purchased for 2025 year, as well as a 3% salary market adjustment. Grid adjustments are budgeted into 2026 through 2029. The budget also assumes an overall tax revenue increase that will likely be a combination of increased assessment base as well as a tax rate increase. That's all I have for the introduction of operations. We'll get into each department, starting with council, but I'm happy to pause here and answer any questions about the 4-year financial plan. The 4-year financial plan is required through the Municipal Government Act. Yeah.
Councillor McKay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just regarding the 4-year financial plan, it, after much research and a sleepless night last night, it leaves the county in a position of insolvency by 2030.
Yeah, there are, we will get into the funding sources during your capital, I think at the end of your capital presentations. That being said, yes, if all of the capital projects go forward without any debt funding, there is a deficit in 2030. So this council will have to make decisions based on priorities. Which priorities do they want to come to fruition? Are there projects that they want to have happen that could be funded through debt, or postpone or push into the future? The other thing that affects this is that even though there is a zero budget, a budget for, I guess, zero deficit at the end of the year. There typically are additional surpluses at the end of the year through operations that are then put into restricted surplus to fund current or future capital projects. So although it does paint a bleak picture, there are typically other funding sources that can happen year over year. That being said, we want to be conservative and make sure that the dollars are there for the service levels that council wishes to see move forward. There will be some decisions that need to be made by this council for sure in the next 4 years.
Thank you. So just to be clear, previous council and administration were aware that by 2030, the county would be bankrupt.
Well, I wouldn't say bankrupt, just that it's all the capital projects were included in the 10-year capital plan so that this council could make decisions on which ones their priorities would be. Just because they're listed there doesn't mean this council has to approve them. This council can choose to not move forward with any of those capital projects that have not been committed to yet. So it was shown as a deficit in 2029 at the last budget deliberations in front of the council of the day.
Okay, thank you. There will be some difficult decisions.
Yep.
Thank you for the questions, but I'll let administration continue on and you can have the floor.
Thank you. Are you doing council? So Rick will move into the council portion of the operations, 5.2.
Thank you, Rhonda. So agenda item 5.2. The background on this one, the operating budget for council includes anticipated costs for general administration as well as individual amounts for each ward. General administration costs for 2026 are $284,645, 44.3% lower than approved 2025 budget. Legal costs are expected to decline in 2026, while costs related to orientation for new council members for development of a new strategic plan will increase somewhat. The 2025 budget also includes $30,000 for a council retreat and additional contracted services related to post-amalgamation orientation. With respect to an individual divisional operations budget, the 2026 draft budget for each ward was based on a review of salary, per diem, travel costs to September 30th, 2025. That is the introduction. The budget is attached to this agenda. The numbers are before council. The highlights were noted. Did council have any questions as far as the 2026 operating budget for council? This does represent what it costs for Clearwater County and governance and creating policies and going forward.
And just to add, just so that you can see what I was talking about, the page numbers. So you'll see on the summary on page 2 of that, in that council tab. So you'll see the page numbers on the lower right-hand corner. It says page 2. And then as on each of the items, each ward has a page number beside it. And that would show where the detail is for each of those. So if you want to see Ward 4, for example, it says Council Ward 4. And then underneath page 8, so you would find page 8, and that would be the detail for Ward 4.
Okay, Councillor McKay does have a question.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Emmons, with regards to the, I guess, the general cost line here for administration, or for council, we don't have the numbers prior to 2025. That inflated number of 645 for last year, was there a reason for, like, are we missing something here?
As stated in the preamble, Deputy Reeve McKay, it's anticipated the legal costs would go down dramatically for council. That was a very significant cost.
Understood. No further questions required.
Please carry on, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. So, again, this budget represents committee honorariums, general costs associated with governance activities of the county, not otherwise attributed to specific wards. The changes before council for consideration, contracted and general services, was the decreased legal costs offsetted by orientation for new council members and development of a new strategic plan. Again, the 2025 budget also included $30,000 should council wish going forward for a council retreat and additional contracted services to the post-amalgamation. So those are the changes presented in this budget for council's consideration.
Thank you very much for the information. Councillor McCully has a question.
What is entailed in the council retreat? Normally when I see council retreat, it's for larger discussions like a budget, but we're doing that here, so do we need the council retreat?
So in my history, council's retreat was utilized with strategic timing, and it wasn't centered around this budget session, but truly budget sessions going forward. To get offsite for council to be provided an opportunity. What's your vision of Clearwater County? What's the priorities? How do you see governance going forward, and have those open dialogues and really that brainstorming session of going forward. And that kicks off future budgets. Again, administration well understands the difficult position this council's in, coming into new jobs, new seats, and getting presented a multi-million-dollar budget a month later that doesn't represent this council's priorities, creates challenges. The retreat would be intended, should council see the need, number one, to provide the next 3 budgets going forward.
In the past, where have these retreats been done? Like what's an example of a retreat?
In the past, council has chosen to go to Red Deer, Prairie Creek Inn, some retreats. They've booked rooms even in the Walking Eagle or Subway room. Whatever council actually decides. Depends what level of retreat council feels is required to what amenities are needed to support that level of retreat. So that is a conversation to be had by council.
Okay.
And defined.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions on this agenda item. So we can carry on to item 5.3 in our agenda, which is the Office of the CAO. And now that administration carry on with that agenda item.
Again, that's the next tab in your binder. The agenda item is included in your online agenda, and Rick will be speaking to that, I believe.
Thank you, Rhonda. So this item, the Office of the CEO Draft 2026 Operating Budget, is comprised of 6 main areas of responsibility, which are listed as follows: CAO General, Legislative Services, General, SDAB, which is Subdivision Development Appeal Board, Elections, Human Resources, and Health and Safety. So CAO General, expenses have increased by $18,645 or 5.2% from the approved 2025 operating budget. Contracted services, legal, advertising increased in 2026 to begin CAO recruitment as the current CAO contract ends this coming May. Legislative Services, General, expenses have increased by $108,344 or 29.1% over the approved 2025 budget. $100,000 has been included under contracted services related to an electoral boundary review in 2026 and 27. To give council some quick background on that, an electoral boundary review was identified as a need given the amalgamation of Caroline. It really created an unfair population base on one of the wards. So doing a complete electoral boundary review to look at future equity of really distribution of workload for council. SDAB, revenues are consistent with the approved 2025 budget amounts. Expenses are $13,000 or 36.1% higher due to anticipated legal fees related to a potential court appeal, offset by a reduction in labor costs based on 2025 experience. SDAB is one of those line items that it's hard to predict how many appeals we will or will not get. But with what is on the horizon, there is one controversial that's expected to increase costs in 2026. Elections, of course, we went through elections in 2025, so therefore it has not been budgeted in 2026. Human resources, costs have increased by $23,859 or 4.2% over the approved 2025 budget. This is mainly due to succession planning related to payroll responsibilities. Health and safety expenses are $13,392 or 3.5% higher than the approved 2025 budget, mainly representing step increases with staff. On that note, I think it's worthwhile explaining to council. So when it comes to salary, wages, and increases, there is the COLA, which is an inflationary cost of living allowance, but there's a step increase. Every staff member is on a 7-step grid, which is a merit increase. It's not time served. This isn't jail, it's not probation. It is a year of service where you prove out to your direct report growth, exemplary work in that year, and that is a 7-step grid. When you've hit the 6th step, the 7th is a long-term adjustment, same requirements, just years of service doesn't get you there. It is merit. So that's how staff are treated within that 7-step grid. Every 2 years, Clearwater County goes through a market survey to ensure that we are not exceeding by policy that 65th percentile. So it keeps staff at council's identified policy of the 65th percentile, if that helps at all as well. So again, the budget is on the following page for council's information, and this budget does represent the costs associated with the office of the CAO that aren't included in specific programs, such as legislative services, human resources, and health and safety. I am just now on page 14 of the agenda. If council had any questions, the changes before council is contracted services, legal and advertising increased in 2026. Again, to begin the CAO recruitment, as that contract does end in May. If council has any questions, I'd do my best to answer them.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Pardon me. Is there anything considered in this budget for a possible contract CEO to bridge that gap until we were to find a replacement? Or just a contingency fund to begin the process?
My goal was to start with council once we get through budget in January and have good conversations with council so that that wouldn't be required. We start the process early enough, Deputy Reeve McKay. My hope is to have somebody in the seat of council's choosing so that there's consistency for the organization and it wouldn't be needed. Starting in January, the contract ends in May. It should allow enough time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just, I guess I do have one question that do we have a deputy CAO for Clearwater County Administration?
We do. The deputy CAO at this time is Mr. Hagan.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
there any other questions or further discussion on this item? If not, we can carry on to item 5.4, Public Works Operations. I'll hand the floor over to Mr. Magnus.
Good morning, Chairman Northcott and committee member. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Public Works Operations section of the 2026 budget. This budget reflects Clearwater County's commitment to maintaining and enhancing the infrastructure and services that are vital to our community's safety, mobility, and quality of life. Hence, the 2026 Public Works Operations budget was carefully crafted to sustain current service levels as directed by Council, while addressing key priorities such as surface road maintenance, water, wastewater, gravel roads, solid waste management, and hamlet operations. As such, the total operating budget for Public Works operations in 2026 is approximately $20.87 million, which represents a 16.3% decrease compared to the 2025 approved budget of approximately $24.94 million. This decrease is largely due to the conclusion of the $4.1 million natural gas line project to Nordig in 2025, which was a significant one-time expenditure. Excluding that project, the operating budget shows a modest increase of 0.1% compared to the combined Clearwater County and Hamlet of Caroline 2025 budget, reflecting inflationary pressures and necessary adjustments in labor and contracted services. Notable highlights include increased investment in sidewalk assessments and repairs across our hamlets, continued support for water and wastewater systems, including critical maintenance and upgrades, adjustments in solid waste programs to reflect operational realities post-amalgamation, and airport operations budget aligned with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommendations. Given the aforementioned, some of the key increases and or decreases to each of the 7 sub-departments within Public Works operations, namely 1. Operations Administration, 2. Shop and Fleet, 3. Utilities, Gravel and Maintenance, 4. Surface Roads, 5. Gravel Roads, 6. Solid Waste, and finally, sub-department number 7, Operations. They include the following, which I will now point out as to highlight some of the key increases and decreases. Operations Administration increased by 19.5%, mainly due to staff time reallocation caused by a medical leave of absence and additional training required for certification of a Class B bridge inspector. Road maintenance increased by 8%, reflecting labor adjustments and increased contracted services for sidewalk assessments and priority repairs in all hamlets, including Nordig, Caroline, Leslieville, and Condor. Airport operations increased by 10.4% due to labor adjustments, contracted services, and materials and supplies, aligned with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommendations. Subdepartment 2, Utilities, Gravel, and Maintenance. Overall decrease of 2%, with specific increases such as 18.4% in beaver control due to additional contract trappers, 46.5% in erosion and flood control, reflecting actual 2025 expenditures. Caroline and Nordig water system, an increase of 42.4% and 7.3% respectively for the inspection and cleaning of each of the hamlet's 2 water reservoirs, and the Leslieville wastewater system, which has increased due to the possible necessity of replacing a key component to the filtration process. Decreases include 88.6% in fencing repairs and completion of the town of Rocky Mountain House wastewater system upgrades. Category 3, surface roads. Overall decrease of 1%, reflected by a 23.7% decrease in dust control, reflecting the end of warranty services for oil-based products in 2025, increase of 20% in chip seal to chip seal Everdale subdivision, and a 20.7% increase in paving patching for asphalt repairs in Caroline. Category 4, gravel roads, a small increase of 0.6% due to the rising fuel and parts costs and additional contracted services. namely increases in the hourly rate. Category 5, or Subdepartment 5, Solid Waste, decreased by 1%, reflecting changes in waste collection contracts and revenue adjustments. Subdepartment 6, Operations. Nordeg, significant decrease of 91.7% due to completion of the natural gas line project. In terms of some of the revenue highlights, total revenues for public works operations are projected at approximately $2 million in 2026, a 3% increase over 2025, reflecting mainly adjustments in user fees and service charges and an increase in the number of contracts associated with the application of water-based dust suppression. Notable revenue decreases include 59.3% in Nordeg water system due to the metered water usage and 42.6% in Caroline water system, reflecting changes in capital replacement fees. Recycling services revenue is expected to increase by 243.8% due to the recycling of metals and the recycling of certain products associated with the legislated Extended Producer Responsibility Program. In conclusion, the 2026 Public Works Operations Budget is a balanced and responsible plan that supports our community's infrastructure and service needs. I encourage Council to use this budget cycle to reaffirm strategic priorities and provide clear direction, trusting administration to manage the operational details. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions or requests for further clarification.
I do have a question regarding the Nordeg operations. It's shown there that there's a 91.7% decrease. So right now, natural gas goes to the edge of the hamlet of Nordeg. Are there any future, is there any expected future requests for funding to continue to support natural gasification of Nordeg?
Okay, that I either turn over to Mr. Emmons or Mr. Hansen.
Because right now the natural gas network would not be included throughout the area. So I'm just wondering future expected costs. Please, Mr. Hansen.
Yes, good morning. No, great question. The natural gas conversation has only really begun now that we have the, to the doorstep at the RMO, which is the regulating, monitoring, odorizing station, which is scheduled to be here in 2025, but I would assume early 2026. So in the capital budget, we do identify an infill plan for the South Hamlet. That will be presented here tomorrow in the capital planning. To further extend, to go to the industrial area. High-level estimates provided by Rocky Gas are in that $1.2 million range to extend that natural gas service all the way to that subdivision. So that conversation is going to have to be had at in the capital plan. We didn't put that in 2026, but we have put the infill in. So there would definitely be, there's more conversation to be had about the natural gasification of Nordeg, for sure.
Okay, thank you for the information. I also have another question. Just there was a operations admin showed that there was a 19.5% increase. I'm just wondering the current status of September 30th. Is that still recognized as a paid day for staff, or was that just temporary in nature for Mr. Emmons?
Previous council approved that as a paid day. So that's a conversation for council.
Okay. What would the would administration be able to provide the cost associated with that day, of what that would be?
Yep.
Sometime throughout the next couple of days.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And Councillor McKay.
Just back to Mr. Hansen for a quick question. Would it be typical of municipalities to subsidize private business installing natural gas infrastructure?
Well, Nordeg is very unique in the fact that we are the developer and have been the developer in that community for a while. So as a developer, it is not uncommon for them to subsidize for the gasification or for this type of utility, whether it be the broadband service or the natural gas service. We don't do it anywhere else in the community. Well, I'll back that up. As a developer in Caroline, for example, back in 2015, we actually paid for the natural gas for ATCO to service that subdivision in preparing those lots for sale. So as Clearwater County, the developer, we do subsidize, we do cost agreements, or we pay for these utilities, but no, when any other example, we don't. So like if it's to service, you know, a acreage owner or a farm 2 miles down the road, we do not cost contribute to any utility to get to the property line, for example.
Thank you. And no one else? I do have another question. I believe Mr. Hanson would be the one to ask.
The floor is yours, Mr. McKay.
With the shop and fleet portion of the Public Works Operations budget, there's roughly $1 million there for materials, goods, and supplies. Is that shop supplies or what, I guess, is there a further breakdown of what that item is?
Yeah, I definitely have to defer
Or is
that to
that Mr. Magnus?
Mr.
Sorry.
Magnus, yeah.
I'm not sure if Mr. Bertel is here. He's our fleet and equipment supervisor. And I'll have him come up, just to introduce you again, Mr. Scott Bertel, and he can address that question for you, Councilor.
Which line are we referring to? Fleet?
So it's, well, I'm on page 41. It's line 62 on that page.
I'll get a breakdown.
It's in the paper copy. It's incredibly confusing going back and forth. Yeah, so it'll be line 3010-216, light heavy vehicles, page 41.
Fuel would be included in that, Scott.
Yeah, light, heavy vehicles, so that's the cost associated with operating light and heavy vehicles, so fuel, oil,
Parts.
parts,
Okay,
that kind of thing.
I guess in the future, if it would be possible to put a little more of a description for larger ticket items like that, that'd be much appreciated.
Councillor McCauley.
On page 27, you have the light vehicles, but PW shop, page 37, it says it's $1,007,232. What's that? It just says Public Works shop, that's all it says. Is that parts? Is that,
Public workshop, that'll be technicians' wages.
Okay.
The fleet supervisor's wages to provide that service.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, so on page 37, on the summary, it says shop, but then it says page 37, and on page 37 in your binder, it provides a description of what all of those things are.
Oh, my apologies, there is a better description there. These binders are just incredibly confusing to flip through.
Well, it provides a rolled up summary, so you can look at the bigger picture, and then the details are,
Yeah. It's just that there is a lot to this.
it would, yeah, it would be very difficult to have without a rolled up summary, because then you wouldn't get to see the total number for Public Works operations. So there's a summary provided again, and then beside each of the programs, there's a page number that is associated in your binder with the details for that program in that summary. And they go in order that they're in the summary.
you have any further questions, Councillor McKay?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I'll let administration can please continue.
I'm good. If there's any further questions with this committee, we're more than happy to answer.
Okay, I don't see any more comments or questions at this time. So we can move on to item 5.5, which is Public Works Infrastructure.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. So a quick overview of our Public Works Infrastructure operating budget. Certainly not to the extent of our Public Works operating team itself there, but nonetheless, I'd be happy to go through it in fairly good detail and answer any questions they might have. So as discussed during Council's orientation, the Public Works Infrastructure Department area of responsibility can be categorized into 5 major groups. This includes capital project management, road use permitting, industry approvals, road construction, facility management, and general public works administration. The administrative support cost center includes staff salaries, revenue, professional services, contracted services, material supplies, and telecommunications. Some highlights for 2026, the land and industry coordinator salary was previously identified in the Public Works capital budget. Beginning in 2026, this salary is now reflected in the Public Works operating budget. So moving on to facilities, Clearwater County has multiple facilities throughout the municipality. The facilities team is responsible for repairs, maintenance, custodial services, renovations, inspections, security, and sub-trade coordination. The facilities operating cost center is separated into 7 major groups, which includes all maintenance and utility costs. This includes facilities general, which is the staff salaries, office buildings, public services buildings, fire halls, shops, unique Nordic facilities, which is a unique name for that anyway, but as well as rentals. We did get a good opportunity to cut most of the council out to a good portion of our facilities there last week, which was great. So 2026 highlights, the Rocky Medical Clinic is 50% owned by the county and 50% by the town. So the budget anticipates approximately $6,000, I believe it was, for the cost of utilities repairs for that building, maybe minus a little bit of the revenue that we are going to see from that building. But it's really gonna be up to this council, the ICC committee, to determine what the future is for that building. And then we'll be happy to move forward with that as the decision is made. We did identify some concrete floor repairs in the main shop and the Public Works shop due to salt damage. We got to see some of that damage there on the tour. We are looking to convert all the county-owned facilities in Nordegg as well, as natural gas becomes available. There again, it is a capital expenditure that we'll be talking about for the infill plan that'll be presented tomorrow. But yeah, we do need to get new infrastructure for the changeovers to all of our facilities in Nordegg. And we do have a few. Environmental analysis of the Lesaville shop, which is ongoing. We've started some of the work there. It's a historical environmental issue there that we've inherited. So there are some options for us to discover with that. The Caroline Public Works Yard, unfortunately, that's, again, another inheritance, but there are some concerns for salinity in that area, and we'll be combining that with our, possibly our lagoon upgrades in that area, as well as the old garage in Caroline. I guess the trend is inheritance. It's another one of these properties that we've inherited that we'll have to, there's identified hazardous materials, so there'll have to be an abatement plan created as well as a disposal plan. So then we have reorganized some facility expenses in Caroline, as it is new, to realign with some of our cost centers that we have at the county already. Under the resource management, aggregate pits, gravel pits, Clearwater County manages 9 active aggregate pits and 3 stockpile sites, which are integral to our gravel road maintenance plans. These pits are located on a mix of private county-owned land and provincial crown land. The goal is to have strategically located aggregate sources throughout the county And the current challenge is locating an adequate source in the northeast area of the county. It's really not new to us, but we're always actively looking for new aggregate sources. Each pit is developed in a phase of no more than 5 hectares at a time. Reclamation is required when one phase is depleted of aggregate prior to opening a new phase. So in 2026, for the highlights for our gravel pits, exploration in that northeast section of the county. The project includes prospecting, landowner or provincial consent, surface materials exploration, application and site exploration, reclamation at an existing location that has been depleted of aggregate. So I'm going to do a little bit deeper dive into, if we could go to page 96 of the document. That's the operating summary. And if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of this page here. So this is the Public Works Infrastructure Operating Summary. So this is all of those between the administration, the revenues, expenditures, as well as the facilities and the resource management. That's everything that comes in the Public Works Infrastructure realm. So it's a high-level summary, includes a decrease in revenue, which is the medical clinic, as you can see on the revenue line there. An increase to Public Works General Infrastructure. That's, again, as I alluded to, the reallocation of the land industry coordinator. His salaries were previously reflected in the capital, so it's a large increase when you look at it on this document, but it's a decrease in the Public Works capital. Facilities expenses, they fluctuate. That's why I didn't provide percentages as such. They really, on non-routine repairs and maintenance, such as the natural gas changeover, which is a one-off, concrete repairs and maintenance, that's a one-off, environmental testing and remediation, those are one-offs as well. Resource management, of course, we just discussed that, the third-party exploration in the northeast. So, page 97 and 98. This is a little bit deeper dive into, this is the salaries, wages, our permitting. So it's a detailed description of our Public Works General. It's for Public Works staff. The balance of the Public Works staff is accounted for either in the facilities or the capital budget. Revenue is associated with road permitting and industry approvals, and it is expected to remain consistent over the next few years. We haven't seen, we're not anticipating a large decrease or increase in that revenue for the permitting. Professional services include third-party traffic counts, so annually we put out traffic counters on our highest use gravel roads, some surface roads, in order to get a general snapshot or by request. Engineered assisted surveys, legal fees, seems to be increasing annually, but yeah. Most of the contracted services are associated with the permitting agent we use for our road permitting, which is road data. And then those expenses are actually offset by the Travis provincial permitting system. So we do make not a large amount of money from that, but all the expenses for the contracted services are paid for in the money that we get from the province through the permitting system. So of course it includes budget values in relation to the revenues and expenditures for the next 4 years. And outlines increase in salaries with the addition of the land industry coordinator. So that kind of summarizes the infrastructure in general. Then we'll move on to page 99 with facilities general. So as I said, we did get an opportunity to take council around to most of the facilities there. We look forward to getting you guys out to Nordegg. We can go see the balance of, some more of the projects and the facilities out there. So this includes a detailed description of the facilities operating. This is strictly salaries and wages for one facility and maintenance supervisor, one technical specialist, 2 custodians, and 1 seasonal staff member. So due to the increased number of facilities that we've either constructed or inherited over the last few years, we do augment our custodial services with contracted services as well. We have determined that there is a benefit to having staff members as custodians, but it's also more effective to have contracted services. Especially if you get a good one, it's good to have somebody coming in. Typically, all the cleaning services are done after hours, but it is nice having those staff members available there during office hours. So that is a little bit of a hybrid service that we have there. The only increase that we've identified there is associated with the staff salary merit increase that Mr. Edmonds walked through a little bit earlier. So on page 100, I'm not sure why that's actually got left in there. That was all at a 2025 expense. That's for the Clearwater County South Facility Study. More commonly known now is the Caroline Public Services Building. So that was the information that we gathered over the course of 2025, created that basically an outline and an estimate for that Caroline Public Services Building. We only briefly got to discuss it with you during the orientation, but we have not put any additional funds in the 2026 budget for that project at this time. If council wishes to move something farther ahead or more research to be done on that, that could be something that we could either parking lot or discuss during the capital when we go through that, or now if you like. So page 101, office buildings. This includes the main administration building, ag community services, emergency services building, the public works infrastructure building, just south of Cal Tire there, and the main office in Caroline. This cost center reflects utilities, maintenance, repairs for these facilities. Highlights for 2026 include, again, the concrete repairs in this building, in the shop, as well as the public works infrastructure shop due to age and the salt damage. So this building due to age, salt damage, definitely to the salt damage that we've seen in that building, unfortunately. Moving on to the public services buildings, page 102. Of course, we have currently 3 modernized public services buildings located in Nordegg, Leslieville, and Condor. This cost center reflects utilities, maintenance, repairs, again. For highlights for 2026, natural gas conversion for the Nordegg Public Services Building is the largest expense that we've identified, or largest project we've identified there outside of the typical utilities, repairs, and maintenance. Page 103. Fire halls. So this cost center includes utilities, repairs, maintenance for the 3 fire halls, Caroline, Condor, Leslieville. We did get to take a tour of all 3 of those. These are the old fire halls. We get on the tour, we did actually get to go into all those 3 of those buildings. So the Condor and Leslieville have been repurposed as heated storage since the public services buildings have been constructed, and look forward to if there was some I guess conversation on maybe the future of maybe perhaps the Leslieville Fire Hall there that could be discussed in more detail, either at a later date or, but again, it's one of those things that we might want to pen up as something that can be discussed for future. Moving on to page 104, in the shops. So we do have multiple shops, storage facilities, maintenance facilities located in Leslieville, Caroline, Rocky area. This does support our operational this provides operational support for all of our departments between ag services and our public works operations, of course. So maintenance, repairs, utilities. So this one does include the Leslieville shop, which is the environmental testing and remediation. That's why this is a significant larger expenditure on this budget line compared to what it should be normally. That's because this environmental testing and developing a remediation plan is a costly endeavor on any of this environmental works.
Mr. Hanson?
Councillor McKay has a question.
Just to clarify, when you refer to the Leslieville shop remediation, that's the old MD shop just to the south of town?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to be 100%.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I also alluded that it includes the hazardous materials abatement in the old garage in Caroline as well. Other big item there is the salt shed tarp repairs replacement. We do have one scheduled for repair. We've seen some of the damage there. They say 10 years old. We were hoping to get more out of there, but it's a good system, but it's unfortunately requires a lot of maintenance on those salt shed tarps. Page 105, 106. So this cost center includes multiple facilities in the hamlet of Nordegg. So to give everybody an idea, this includes the Public Works Operations Facility in the industrial area. So when we do get up in Nordegg there, we'll take you up into that industrial area and show you where that is. The church, it's Clearwater County owned. The golf course clubhouse, county owned, community center, and the Discovery Center. So some of these facilities are 100% managed by the county, other are managed through agreements with the Nordegg community. In addition to the utilities repairs in 26, again, we want to change as gas becomes available to all these. As we do the infill, we'll have to change all of these facilities over to natural gas. We're hoping to see, I would like to see a 50% cost savings there compared to the price of propane. It's significant, our propane costs in Nordegg. So we're looking forward to that. We're also, we've had a historical issue with the sanitary line freezing on the Discovery Center. It's a shallow sanitary line, so we're looking for a solution, possibly rerouting that sanitary line in the building out to a different manhole. So that's something we want to spend some more time looking at, try to get a permanent solution there for this sanitary line continuously freezing there year after year. So the Discovery Center, we've invested a lot of money in it over the years. We want to make sure that we don't jeopardize that facility with a frozen sewer line.
Councillor McKay, go ahead, please.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Just with regards to the natural gas in Nordeg, since that project was subsidized by the county, is there a preferred rate from the gas co-op for the county for these buildings? Like maybe free for 10 years?
Yeah, I wish that was the case, but that currently is not. From the RMO over, we did not have to pay for the cost of the line from the RMO over to the manufactured home park, as well as the connections. We did have to pay for to the public services building and the lift station. All other expenses in the infill appear to be a county expense, and we can discuss that further in the capital. But we are being considered the developer, so therefore that's, as the hookup goes to, say, something such as the hotel, they're gonna have to pay their connection fee, but the line going basically past those is tending to be a Clearwater County expense. So top of your head there, our infill estimate is 200,000. That's just to get us connected to what we have existing in the south portion of the hamlet up by the church and that Center Street.
Could it be considered by administration to negotiate a preferred rate with the gas co-op to further this project out there? Is that something that anybody's discussed?
It was discussed, but Mr. Emmons there might be able to add a little bit more to that.
Mr. Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you. It definitely was part of the conversation when we were going through the larger scope of the project. As Mr. Hanson stated, Clearwater County is the developer in Nordeg. So Rocky Gas Co-op's policy is developer born. The cost of partnering to get the line out to Nordeg to supply natural gas was deemed important for the future development of Nordeg. And that's why previously it was approved to carry on. The conversations about any partnering going forward to subsidize a cost to hook in was not within Rocky Gas Co-op's ability.
Councillor Letwin.
So this budget here, this includes the changeover of all the county's buildings for furnaces, hot water tanks, boilers, everything. That's in this budget? Okay, so 260,000 roughly?
Yeah, that would be combined with all the other utilities and repairs that were scheduled. It's combined in there, but does include that, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hagan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, with one exception to that, we separated out the central office for broadband, and we're reflecting that as a broadband cost. So there will be that, and I believe the facility in Nordeg, we have a point of presence, small building in Nordeg that is being converted to natural gas. So that's where we'll find that is within broadband. And we did that in the interest of transparency to try, even though it's a facility cost, we thought it's more identifiable as a broadband cost. So that is the one exception where the gasification will be reflected as a broadband cost as opposed to an overall facilities cost.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Hagan.
Okay, if we go on to page 107 and 108. So rental properties include agricultural leases, industry leases, mobile homes, the mobile home at the Martin Shop, the North Quarter acreage, 1 residential lot in Caroline, and 10 short-term leases in Nordeg, the Nordeg ambulance, and the Rocky Medical Clinic. So it seems like we're in the business of acquiring properties for rental properties, but we're not. It happens a lot through, historical acquisitions, especially the gravel pits, for example, that have a facility on there that has the ability, you know, if we're not going to develop that aggregate source, we rent that agricultural land out, so there's a revenue associated with that. The Martin Shop, there again, that was a gravel pit that has a mobile home on there, so that's rented. The North Quarter, the acreage up there, that quarter was strategically purchased as well as the acreage. But instead of, you know, not utilizing that property or that house, that it's rented out, it's currently into a staff member there. It was identified as part of our recruitment, retention strategy, you know, that would be available as an opportunity for staff and we've had a few staff members out in that North Quarter. So the Nordic Ambulance, that's a long-term resident we've had in there since the construction.
I do have a question from Councillor McKay again.
Is there no revenue from the Leslieville quarter that was recently purchased?
Not yet. We, of course, it hasn't been identified in this budget as specifically. We really haven't had an opportunity to discuss with council what they want to do with that. But there would be an opportunity similar to what we did to the North Quarter. I believe we did an invitation for an agricultural use, and then it was managed through our ag department, and there would be a revenue associated with that as well.
So at this point, that property is not currently rented or leased to an agricultural producer?
It's not currently leased. We've had interest from the resident that's been farming for the last 20 years. He's reached out to us for a couple of times, and we really said we wanted to get, I said, the first time we got to discuss it with you is during the orientation to see what this council feels is the future for that property for us. But definitely, you know, we were planning if it's going to remain with us there for the period of 2026, we'll definitely be putting out a invitation for the agricultural use of that, the rent of that for the year. Either do year by year or something that should be discussed with council more.
Okay, well, we'll have to discuss that shortly because it cannot be left unfarmed.
Agreed.
It was farmed in 2025, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't see any more questions at this time.
Okay. Page 109, we're just wrapping up here for my portion. The exploration, so this, again, it's where it goes back to gravel pit exploration, site testing, provincial approvals, SME, SML applications and development permits. The 2026 budget is for exploration within the northeast corner of the county. This area is identified as having a gravel source deficit. Currently, we have a stockpile in the area. However, the costs are high for hauling gravel from our southern or western locations to this one. And page 1010, when it comes to reclamation, the program is to reclaim gravel pits through the development phases and at the end of pit life. The 2026 budget is to complete the requirements to AEPA, Alberta Environment Protective Areas, to obtain a reclamation certificate in Frisco Pit, which is just west of Highway 22, and miscellaneous reclamation throughout other pit development. So with that, that is the Public Works Infrastructure Operating Budget. Happy to answer any other questions you might have.
I don't see any questions or further discussion on this item right now. But before we proceed into the next agenda item, we'll have a short break and we'll be back at 10:30. Welcome back from our break. Moving on in our agenda, we're going to move on to item 5.6, Corporate Services, Draft 2026 Operational Budget on page 141 of our agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. As we discussed during orientation, corporate services is really the hub department that serves all the more direct service departments of Clearwater County. It also serves as a catch-all for some of the revenues and expenses that aren't necessarily attributable to any one service area. So examples would be municipal property tax revenue gets reflected in corporate services. On the expenditure side, the contingency, we'll talk more about that over the next few days, as well as things like workers' compensation, insurance, allowance for unpaid taxes, that sort of thing. It catches it within corporate services. So corporate services department reflects the corporate revenues as I discussed, financial services, general corporate services, assessment, information technology, and communications. Within some of those areas, such as assessment, information technology, we have several individual programs. The reason for breaking those out is in the interest of transparency and tracking things by the nature of the expenses. With the committee's permission, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Serhan to speak to the corporate revenues and financial services.
Yes, please, go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, so within the corporate revenues or general revenues for corporate services, like Mr. Hagan noted, the tax revenue is included in there, which is the largest item. There's been budgeted a 5% increase in tax revenue. Now, that does not mean that there would be a 5% rate increase. What typically happens is assessment is required to formalize their numbers to the province by February 28th. And then we're notified because a large part of our assessment is done through the province, the industrial portion. They notify us of our assessment changes in March sometime. And then you would see the tax rate bylaw in April with the tax notices going out in May. So I want to say over the last term, the revenue increased due to the increase in activity in the industrial sector. So there was, the province had a program to increase activity by giving them a property tax holiday for 3 years for anything that was considered growth. So there were some criteria around that, and that it had to be a new project. It couldn't be just growth on an existing project to qualify for the tax holiday. And it was for 3 specific years, not 3 years based on when the project started. So if the project started, I think it was in 2021. So if the project started in 2022, they would get 3 years. If it started in 23, they would get 2-year holiday. In 24, they would get a 1-year holiday. So it was just for those specific 3 years to try to boost some economic activity in the oil and gas industry. So the tax rate actually only increased 1 year in that 4-year term, because most of the tax increase was due to assessment base increases. The other items that are in that kind of category of corporate revenues is an LGFF grant, that there's an operating portion. So it's $500,000. And there is also a capital portion that you'll see is applied to mostly asphalt overlay, because it's a project that qualifies easily for that grant. So the government gives an operating portion and a capital portion to that LGFF grant. Interest earned on investments also is about budget for 2026 is decreasing because of the use of the restricted surpluses in 2025 from about $3 million down to 2.1 in the budget. And the other item I just want to make note here is that there's tax revenue sharing with the County of Wetaskiwin due to a panhandle of assessment or properties that are only accessible through infrastructure maintained by the County of Wetaskiwin. And there was an agreement arranged with, they would receive a portion of the taxes collected within that panhandle. And over the years, that industry has actually developed in there, so there's quite a large tax revenue sharing with that county. And on my notes, budget had stayed consistent at 675,000, but when we did the calculation a couple weeks ago to send their portion, it was actually 800,000. So I have a note to make that adjustment. It's one of the items that I'm making note of in my spreadsheet that we will go through at the end to show you the adjustments since the budget binders were printed, or any other discussions that you choose to change. Those are generally, there's some smaller revenue items in there, but that's generally the revenues that are collected corporately through corporate services. Yep.
Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
Specifically with regards to the revenue generated by broadband, it's seen a significant decrease from 2025 to 2026. Could you possibly elaborate on that?
I'll turn that question over to Director.
Absolutely, I was planning to speak to that one under broadband, but since you asked the question, I'll address that now.
It's just part of this, what she was speaking to, I guess.
Well, she's talking about the corporate revenues, and on that page, you see the broadband is separately identified. So I was going to speak to those other individual ones that are attributable specifically, but I can answer your question now if you like.
Sure.
Okay, so the revenues, we've lowered those down by $160,000 or 31.8% for 2026. And looking at the 2025 budget, it was based on the 2022 business plan, which did not envision fiber to the home at the time. That business plan was based on a core backbone only network where we would be selling wholesale products or services. So looking at the shift to fiber to the home, what we expect is the industry calls it cannibalization. When you increase the service level to go to fiber to the home over a wholesale transport model, some of the internet service providers are going to shift gears, and we're seeing that where they say, well, we're not just going to buy the wholesale stuff. We want to get on board with your fiber to the home program, and we want to deliver those kind of services directly on there rather than renting a conduit from us or dark fiber, that sort of thing. They want to go for the lit service. So we are seeing somewhat of a delay from the original business plan towards what the new business plan is going to be. So we're looked at our actual revenues for 2025, and that's why we're lowering them down in 2026 to be more realistic. And then as we work on a revised business strategy that will be presented to council in early 2026, what we're anticipating is that beyond 2026, we're going to see those revenues increase significantly. And then for future budgets, we will be portraying those predicted revenue amounts in that strategic plan in our revenues here. So right now, we're making this number more realistic to the change in focus from wholesale to fiber to the home, and we expect that dip, but we expect it to pick up in future years again.
Thank you. And with that, then, what was the actual 2025 revenue then?
Do we have that number handy? That would have been included in the financial report that was included in yesterday's council agenda. So we'll just have to look that up. And we also projected what we thought it would be to the end of 2025 when the quarterly report was presented to council for the end of September. So those numbers have been shared, we just got to retrieve them.
Do you have any further questions? Okay, no further questions. I don't see any other lights on from any other committee members, so please proceed.
want me to move on to financial services? So financial services has, with the amalgamation, there's 2 additional staff brought on to financial services. So now there's, I believe, 10 of us, including myself. And the main focus of financial services, of course, is the legislative reporting, the budget, financial statements, being available as a resource to the auditor during our annual audit, but also doing those day-to-day bookkeeping type, accounting type transactions. So your cash receipting, your accounts receivable, tax levies, notices going out. It's page 116, yeah. Yep. Or 149 of the agenda. Doing accounts payable, the oversight of accounts payable, each of the departments also has some accounts payable tasks included in them. Insurance coordination, and then, of course, financial reporting to stakeholders, management, council, that kind of thing. Labor is increasing due to a position that was vacant in 2025 due to a leave. And we had increased contracted services to kind of fill the gap during that leave. And that person is coming back from leave in January. Other than that, so yeah, contracted services would be declining because of that, moving that contracted services out for that cover off, but then there's an additional increase in contracted services because financial services software we currently use is by Microsoft, and they've given us an end date for that software of January 1st, 2028. They will no longer be supporting the software we currently use. So we've included some contracted services to kind of research what is available for municipalities for financial services software, and then hopefully start implementing a new software within towards the end of 26. And of course, that would be a rather large project that we would be ending in 2027 to be prepared for that January 1st, 2028 deadline. And again, just navigating the changes of having amalgamated Caroline and those 2 administration staff moving into financial services. And that kind of highlights the changes for financial services. Is there any questions?
I don't see any questions at this time. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. So, committee members, I'll take you to page 118 in your binders, which is general services, general corporate services. So this subdepartment represents the expenses of the corporate services department that we can't directly attribute to either finance, information technology, assessment, or communications. Looking at the changes from 2025's approved budget, expenses are $141,618 or 4.9% lower than the approved and adjusted 2025 budget. It may be worthwhile just to stop there for a minute so I can expand on what we mean by approved and adjusted 2025 budget. With amalgamation and the ministerial order that accompanied that and gave direction, what both municipalities, the Village of Caroline and Clearwater County, were required to do is develop their own budgets for 2025. And effective date of the amalgamation, of course, was January 1st of that year. So each of the previous councils approved those budgets in December of 2024. In 2025, what we presented to the new amalgamated, or the council of the amalgamated municipality, was a combined budget of those 2 previously approved budgets, and that became the starting point for the 2025 budget. Throughout the year, items have come up that required council decisions, and some of those had budget implications, and council passed various motions adjusting the budget. And more often than not, where the funding came from was contingency. So I'll speak to contingency in a second here too, but what it essentially represents is much like a construction project. It's for the unknowns that might come up through the year. Typically, council for Clearwater County has budgeted $500,000 each year. And then as something comes up, so say Public Works has an issue with a road, they need to do additional maintenance, say that costs $50,000. And if council agrees with that and approves a budget adjustment, what we do is we decrease the contingency by $50,000, we increase Public Works by $50,000. If it's not used, that contributes to the overall surplus at the end of the year. So that's one key reason why surplus might be different than what was originally anticipated when the budget was created. Does that help? Just understanding where we're starting when we talk 2026 and compare it to 2025, it's a little out of the norm because of the amalgamation and additional adjustments and consolidation needed to happen there. Okay. So I'll continue on. So the allowance for uncollectible taxes has been held at $200,000 for 2026. This is consistent with the 2025 estimate for the former Clearwater County. Contingency, as I mentioned, is consistent with the original 2025 county estimate of $500,000. And just note that the 2025 budget amount was adjusted during the year from the $500,000 up and down, ending at $668,941. So it's a big reason why we're seeing the decreases. 2025 budget was still at $668,000. We're budgeting $500,000 for 2026. So bringing this back down to $500,000 represents the majority of the overall decrease in other expenses, $183,238. Insurance, workers' compensation, benefit premiums are expected to continue to increase. So we've got some inflationary estimates built into those numbers for 2026. Any questions on general corporate services?
I'm not seeing any questions or discussion at this time.
I'll move on to assessment on page 120. So the assessment team, under the guidance of the appointed assessor for Clearwater County, ensures that the property assessment values updated annually in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. In addition, the team answers questions from ratepayers regarding assessed values for their properties. And the team's currently made up of the assessment manager, an assessor, and an assessment technician. You'll see that the general expenses, $71,153 or 15.4% higher than the approved 2025 budget. Contracted services have been increased in order to bring in additional resources to help meet MGA requirements regarding property inspections. Properties are required to be inspected every 5 years for assessment purposes. With only the 2 staff and the increasing numbers of properties, and the properties are increasing both through subdivision development as well as the amalgamation with Caroline. Caroline previously had a contracted assessment department doing it, but our team has taken on the assessment of those properties starting in 2025. So with those limited resources and the increasing number of properties, this requirement's becoming difficult to meet. Some catch-up activity is required. We don't believe we're at the point where we need another staff member, and a part-time person is probably difficult to find for the nature of this type of work. So what we're looking at is potentially bringing on a contractor, help us get caught up on those assessments and evaluate workload going forward and see if we need continued contract services beyond 2026, or if we're hitting a tipping point where it might be more economical to bring somebody else on staff. Any questions for assessment?
Don't see any questions at this time, so please proceed.
What I'll mention as well is the assessment review board. We've split that out separately, again, for transparency and identification. And the assessment review board, we're part of a regional assessment review board rather than having one specific to Clearwater County. We found it was more economical to join the regional Central Alberta assessment review board that is administered by the city of Red Deer. So we have a contract with the city of Red Deer for general services, and then if an assessment appeal is filed by a ratepayer, there are appeal fees, so they're typically quite minimal, usually $50 for a residential property, for instance. So we've only budgeted $100 for appeals. We typically haven't had many appeals. I think we only had one last year. And then if there is an appeal, then a board is assembled by the assessment review board, and then we pay the per diem costs and travel for those members as well. So it's not a big expense, but I think it's a very important function to have this available for the ratepayers as an avenue. If the ratepayer and the assessment department can't come to an agreement on what a fair value is for a property, ratepayers have this avenue to go to get an independent review done and an opinion rendered on the assessment value. Any questions on that?
Councillor McKay, go ahead.
Pardon me, thank you, Reeve. Mr. Hagan, just, I'd hate to back you up here, but just on your, regarding the assessment team, how many members are on that team?
So there's the assessment manager and the assessor. They physically go out and do the inspections, as well as desk work, and looking at aerial photographs, that sort of thing, and comparing lots or property sales information. The technician is there to support those two folks. So we've only got two assessors on the ground.
Okay, so a large portion of that labor cost would be administration then?
Yes, yeah. And what I should mention, touching back on what Mrs. Serhan was saying about the designated industrial properties, that's all handled by the province. So what we're looking at here is the non-industrial but non-business, so small businesses, as well as residential and farm properties is what our assessment team looks at.
Okay, it just seems like a very healthy labor budget for only 2 inspectors.
2 inspectors plus a technician.
There's three members of that.
3 altogether. 2 are doing inspections, but there's also a technician supporting those 2 and doing a lot of the technical work behind the scenes.
That would be, as you referred to, comparing sales and whatnot to assess the value.
Mostly the assessors are doing that, but the technician assists them in that so that they're not spending their time just creating spreadsheets and so forth and reports. They look to the technician as that support person.
And is that technician shared with other groups, or is it just specific?
Dedicated to assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McKay?
Oh, I should keep doing assessment, I guess. Very healthy living.
Now, keep in mind as well, when you're looking at those labor costs, it's not just salaries. There's benefits in there as well as conferences, travel, meals, that sort of thing, all gets rolled up to that labor number. So rather than give you all these numbers broken down, we're trying to keep things at a higher level. But it is more than just the salary numbers in there.
Okay.
Okay?
Please
So,
proceed.
moving on to page 122, IT General, so Information Technology General. And the IT team provides planning, maintenance, support, control for the county's information and communication systems, including not limited to the following: data integrity, system security, web, cloud-based systems, communication systems, productivity software management, network switches, servers, cabling, etc., education and training. Looking at the changes for IT General, they're $18,684 or 2.1% lower than the approved 2025 budget. There have been some increases, inflationary increases, materials and supplies are expected in 2026, but those are offset, more than offset, by savings in contracted services and the completion of a carry forward project that was included in the 2025 budget. Any questions on the IT General?
Oh, I might add that there is an additional carry forward in IT general for RAM that the supplier wasn't able to provide within 2025. They're having trouble getting it, so there's so let me get my number here.
That's for the 26,885.
Okay, it is in there? Okay, thanks.
So moving on to the IT licensing renewals. So these are the licensing costs related to software that are utilized by the county. And here we have a revenue and an expense. So this, Councilor McKay, is one of the specific revenue items we can attribute to this program itself. And this revenue in particular represents an internal transfer from Regional Fire. So they needed to upgrade their software program. But because we share the operating costs with the town of Rocky Mountain House, it was really necessary to capture those costs under fire. But at the same time, we want to also recognize that they are an IT-related cost. So the cost of the software gets charged to IT with an internal charge out over to fire so that we can serve both of those reporting purposes. Does that make sense? So that revenue is really internal. We're not charging that outside of the county to anybody, other than through the reimbursement from the town ultimately of their share. Looking at the expenses in licensing renewals, we expect that there will be increases in costs, but again, these have been offset by savings found through efficiencies, resulting in a net decrease of $18,704 or 1.8%. So looking at programs that aren't necessarily being used anymore and ceasing those licensing agreements, negotiating with software suppliers for better deals or shopping around for better deals on licensing rates. Any question on licensing?
I do have a question. For the cost on the licensing, is any of that related to broadband or that project, or is it just for internal licensing?
No, broadband will be captured under the broadband related
No,
expenses. This will be the licensing for all the other county operations.
Okay, thank you.
All right, going to page 126, printing costs. So we captured the printing costs for the whole county here, and these have decreased by $1,879 or 1.8% through savings found throughout all departments. So IT works with departments looking for ways to cut down on printing costs. One of the initiatives they put in place the last year or two is defaulting all print jobs to black and white as opposed to printing in color where it's not really necessary. Users still have the option of choosing color if it's necessary for what they're doing. If you're creating a presentation or something like that, they can choose color, but defaulting back to black and white saved a significant amount of money and allowed us to keep dropping this budget down. So again, this is capturing all the toner, the paper, and so forth, and servicing costs going through there.
Councillor McKay, go ahead.
More of a suggestion than a question. When we went through our orientation package, there was a lot of print in color that was actually illegible because I'm at a loss for the word here, but like each page was shrunk down into, and there was 4 pages put on a page. I think that was probably money that could have been saved because I don't know myself. Without a magnifying glass, you couldn't read any of that.
When the PowerPoint presentations are printed out, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
And we see that quite often. And it's not just here, I've seen it at the town and at RMA. It just, those papers end up in the garbage.
Yeah, clearly there's a balance between reducing the amount of paper that we're going through and ink and so forth compared to the usefulness of the document. So definitely we try and keep that in mind too. Yeah. Thanks for that. Great. Moving on to external networks on page 127. So this is related to mobile internet requirements, emergency services staff. So if you see our CPO vehicles or some of our fire vehicles, they actually have a Starlink dish on those so that they have remote access to internet as they're traveling around. So that's where we capture those costs, is in this external networks program. Here, expenses are expected to increase by $2,543 or 7.5% in 2026. Basically just due to increasing use by the user departments, finding that utility through that mobile access. Questions on that?
I don't see any questions or comments at this time from the committee.
Moving on to radios, towers, including AFRAX, which is used by emergency services. And that, again, is a digital radio system. Quite expensive to lease, even more expensive to purchase overall. Here, those expenses are fairly constant because we got into lease contracts with the AFRAX equipment. But we are seeing the expected increase of $18,400 or 6.8%. And that's mainly due to a tower in Caroline that had to be decommissioned because it had reached end of life. And so what we did is put up a rental tower nearby so that emergency services still had access to that. So that is the reason for the increase there. No questions there. I'll move on to page 129, which is Geographic Information Systems, or GIS. This program analyzes, visualizes geographic data, combines maps with information to support decision-making both for council and for administration. Revenues are expected to decrease by $3,000 or 11.5% in 2026 due to the increased sales of aerial photographs, offset by declining demand for maps. Expenses are steady, with the exception of the decrease in contracted services, as aerial photography completed in 2025 won't be updated until 2028. So what we do with aerial photography is we try and do that every 3 years. And we contract that out. In the last 2 times that we've done it, we've actually partnered with, I believe, Mountain View County, Red Deer County, to share those costs. And then basically the planes can fly over all those areas, capture the digital images, and then separate them out and provide them to our GIS team.
We also sell those images to, not only to stakeholders that come in to purchase it, but digitally also.
And that's where we're seeing the change in revenue as some folks are moving to not only what we sell, but third parties, like some of the hunting applications and so forth, are using some of our imagery, and some of the users are going there rather than coming in and buying maps.
Yep.
All right, so moving on to broadband.
Yeah.
Okay,
The projection was 91,500, and currently we're actually sitting at 91,599.
so given that, I would say we're probably gonna be close to $100,000 by the end of the year, probably $95,000 to $100,000. So any other questions on the revenue side of broadband? If not, I'll move on to the expenditure side. So the expenses are $792,384, or 45.8% higher than the approved 2025 budget, reflecting the cost to be incurred preparing the network for fiber to the home services. So in 2025, we really started gearing up the network to be able to facilitate those services as internet service providers are signing up to provide services through us. Now, many of these expenses are gonna be of a more fixed nature, where they kind of go up like a set of stairs. So that's what we're seeing in 25, is we incurred some. 26, we're anticipating incurring more, and then we're at a position where we can fully service all the providers that come onto the network. So as opposed to a variable cost, that would be directly proportional to the number of users or service providers, we don't expect this to go up like a slope. It will be more like a stepped increase. So what we see after 2026 is that we're gonna actually start seeing those costs come down in future years, because we'll be finding efficiencies as we look at the program itself. and find better ways of doing things, whether it be contracting out or doing things in-house, that sort of thing. So we don't expect this to be a continual slope upwards. And again, that strategic plan that is being put together through our external consultants will be available early in 2026. And that will be part of what we'll be looking at there and going through with council.
I do have a question regarding the, I guess, the estimated revenues. How many years of, how many years of revenue is it gonna take to recuperate the losses for broadband when it's projected to? How many years of revenue would it take to recuperate the losses that are projected here over the next 4 years?
What I tell you today is that, based on the information that was shared at the last broadband committee meeting and the orientation that preceded that, is that we're looking at a break-even point where revenues are fully covering all of those variable expenses, variable costs of broadband, by roughly 2029. No, that's part of the strategic plan that we're currently working through to make sure, and we refine those numbers, so we've got the best information available. Right now, that's what we're projecting is 2029 to reach that break-even point. Beyond 2029, we anticipate revenue is going to continue to increase at an upward level, and that margin between revenues and variable costs will continue to expand, helping the county to offset not only replacement costs for capital, but start contributing either back to the cost of the original project or putting that money to other county services as council decides. But right now, that's where we're looking. I don't have a hard number for you for that. That's what we're preparing. But right now, based on our initial estimates, it's looking at 2029 is where we're projecting to break even.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just see, by looking at the numbers roughly over the next 4 years, it's roughly a $5 million loss. I was just wondering from 2029 forward, how many years it would take to just to recuperate the loss over the next.
And I will ensure that we answer that question within the strategic document that's being prepared, but my gut feeling is probably in the next 5 years after that, we should recoup those, I would think, if revenues continue to increase the way we're projecting.
In the one report, I thought it was estimated about $400,000 a year in revenue, but you're thinking that it might be closer to $1 million a year in revenue?
I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I don't have enough information to give you a solid number on that today.
Okay.
So, again, that's what we're working on, so we can give you reliable numbers.
Okay, thank you. We'll be looking forward to that information in the future. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to pass the floor over to Councillor McCauley.
On labor, there's a big increase from 2026 to 2027. What does that cover? $132,
Page 132?
yeah.
32?
Yeah, triples, I have that on my list as well.
Just curious what that is.
The big cost from 26 to 27 was projected through the 2022 version of the broadband finances that we did, and they were predicting that we would be hiring people in-house to substitute for contracted services. So that can be, again, that in 2027 or 26, we'll review that, and that could go down or
What would those what would one of those hires be doing? Is that
the hires could be doing, instead of the drop programs, for example, or the connect programs that are going out and we're hiring people, we could do it in-house, because there won't be as many. There may be, one or two. They could be doing ongoing maintenance, checking the vaults, making sure they're clean, there's no water in them. They can be helping us with the hardware, the servers and whatnot that you saw in the room, just to make sure they're functional. all those kind of things that if you bring in-house cheap, they're typically cheaper than some contracted services. Not all contracted services, but some. So that was a prediction that we were using to go forward in that for labor.
Would those include like site repairs, like going on site
Yes.
if there's an issue, fixing a problem at a home?
Yeah, not at a home. Typically, the ISPs will do that. But if there's something that goes to, like, say from level one, which would be your guy that, comes and reboots your, router.
Yeah.
And then, but doesn't know, and we needed somebody to check the fiber, the consistency, resplice it maybe,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Mostly maintenance, hands-on and ongoing stuff like that. But again, that can be reviewed in 2026 and see if that's where the right path is.
And if I can add to that as well, as Graham was explaining, the way the four-year financial plan is structured, according to the Municipal Government Act, is each council's being asked to approve a budget for the next year, 2026. You won't be asked to approve a budget per se for these 3 years. These are our best guess today of what those costs might look like. They're really there for information. So they are part of the financial plan, but they're not binding you to any commitments at this point beyond 2026, other than any service contracts that might be in place or construction or anything like that, that spans more than 1 year.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a similar question, but regarding this suggested budget year. There's an increase of approximately $800,000 in contract and general services in the broadband budget. What are we covering with that?
Mr. McDonald, do you want to speak to that?
So,
1.5 to 2.3 million.
So a lot of this stuff was higher costs. One, just the cost of getting equipment and onboarding, new ISPs. Like, the server racks that you saw, the extra server racks, we've added to those. There's battery backup. There was more actual, not hydrovacing locates this year, than we expected, quite frankly, because of all the construction going on. Clearwater County, we have to locate our own conduit for, tell us if they're digging around or so that. And the other thing is we've added marketing and some engineering costs in there that were sort of not predicted.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that moving forward, that number is gonna continue to increase
No.
significantly?
No, actually, those are sort of the one-time costs. As you can see, our room's getting full. So, those are not gonna go increase, they're probably decrease, if anything, disappear till about 2027. I don't see it happening. I think it's just because we're doing the new fiber to the home, the costs just go up there, cause it's a whole new world, so.
And again, those costs go up like a set of steps, so
Yeah.
we're jumping up here as opposed to climbing a hill.
So-
We get up to here and then we expect to plateau out and potentially drive those costs down as we go forward.
As we find efficiencies too, as we, maybe hiring not inspector, a splicer instead of, having just as an example, we're not going to, maybe we might, but, hiring a splicer to do all our work instead of, subcontracting guys from Red Deer or something to come out, because there's a lot of money in windshield time.
Right, understood, and thank you for the basic economics lesson. However, you stated that there is significant costs in line locating. As we put more lines in the ground, those costs will increase, will they not?
They will, but we can also, the other tool we have as a municipality is to put it out to an RFP, and we can control costs that way. So that's what we'd like to do in 2026, is put it out to RFP, lower the costs that way, and have a competition.
The cost of a hydrovac is not gonna increase in 2027.
Well, we don't do hydrovacing, it's just the line locating.
But you just said there was a lot more hydrovacing than
Oh, sorry.
expected because of the amount of lines you put in the
I guess
ground.
what I meant was, there's a lot more companies doing hydrovacing, and we do a lot more line locating. Sorry, I meant.
So third-party utility providers, if the gas co-op, for instance, is either repairing or putting in a line and it's crossing one of our our fiber lines, we need to locate for them. So the hydrovac can be on their backs to
Yeah,
do that.
sorry, I just messed my words up.
Okay, but line locating then in itself, as we put more fiber in the ground, as people build fences, as infrastructure increases, as,
It will be one of the operating costs going, yeah, absolutely. But as we finish the projects, as we go forward and finish the projects, then it will be a linear cost.
And the other item as well, and maybe we need to bring this back for council's education, considering there's so many more of you that are new. One of the things we presented to the previous broadband committee was an initiative that Mr. McDonald undertook to make a lot of our inspections and so forth remote, so that we can basically do a risk analysis based on our GIS information of where the lines are and so forth, and where the third party is, how close they're planning to get to our lines. And we may not even have to go out and do a locate. We may just say, you know what, you're not close enough to our line, as long as you stay where your plan is, you're good to go. It's just where we get into that danger area that they are close enough, that's where we have to go out. So we've already found efficiencies by switching over to that system, so we don't have to get a line locator for every single crossing that
Yeah,
we're doing.
and I
Is
can
that fair?
absolutely get you guys some numbers on it for the next report on that, and I think it's 35 to 40%. So it's just done from the desktop saying, okay, Rocky Gas Co-op's 5 meters within your conduit, and we said, well, that's fine, we feel that you guys are safe to do it, we don't need to line locate. So we can do it from the desktop, and we don't need to put out a locator. Typically what happens is through most location systems without this software in place and being monitored, is they'll just send somebody out no matter what, and then you get a bill. So at least this way it prevents at least one or two calls, 30 to 40% so far. So
interesting.
we find efficiencies where we can, and always will. It's sort of one of the things, sort of the fun part, quite frankly.
It seems like, from an industry perspective, that seems like it would be high risk, but that's, if it's proving
Well, it
to
wouldn't be high risk if you're
reliable.
5 meters away and they're just digging a little hole. We haven't had all our line locates this year, we haven't had any strikes or anything this year, knock on wood.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's pretty impressive.
I think in industry, everybody thought that they were safe on every line strike, right? That's,
Well, everything gets hit eventually sometime, but you put safeguards in place. But if you want, if we get direction to be out there all the time, 100%, we'll do that too.
thanks.
No other questions on broadband operations?
I'll just maybe add on to Councillor McKay's comments there just a little bit is there a breakdown in here for say the fees that would be associated with Alberta First Call, as it's Clearwater County infrastructure, and what those projections would be to be registered with a call before you dig organizations such as Alberta First Call?
I assume it's in those numbers, but I don't think we have the breakdown.
No, we don't have the breakdown. We can certainly get it for them.
Yeah, and I just as Councillor McKay's right, as you increase more
yeah.
infrastructure in the ground, you would increase your need for line locates
And-
for third-party crossings and such. So,
And the other intent is to find efficiencies where you don't have to do it as much too. So it's a balance. It's gonna go up, yes.
okay, if there's no further discussion on this item, we'll proceed.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to page 133, looking at the broadband facilities. So this is where I mentioned earlier that for 2026, we've broken this out of the facilities budget, again, in the interest of transparency and trying to fully reflect the costs involved with broadband, because quite frankly, if the county hadn't undertaken the broadband initiative, we wouldn't have these specific facilities. So that decision drove these costs. So that's why we brought them in here. And what we're looking at here expenses, expected increase about $4,100 or 4.7% in 2026. And as I mentioned, that's mainly related to changeover of fuel supply to the generator of propane to natural gas in Nordegg. Question on that?
Councillor McKay, please.
I feel like I'm asking a lot of questions.
No,
here.
you're,
That's why we're here.
With regards to the broadband building, sorry, has it been considered that the costs to other departments by taking that building should maybe be a part of this part of the budget? Like we're faced with the need for more storage because we lost 5 bays or 4 bays of storage. 3. We lost 3 bays, my apologies. But should that cost not be a part of this?
Not from an accounting perspective. Clearly, it's put pressure on those departments to find other solutions for heated storage with respect to those 3 bays. But what we're really talking about is an opportunity cost here. So even though it's related to this, the decision to take those bays from heated storage to broadband service delivery is a cost directly attributable to broadband, has a related cost to other departments if a subsequent decision is made to replace that heated storage elsewhere. So we definitely captured the costs of renovating those 3 bays into useful space as part of the construction costs of broadband, and as well the ongoing maintenance and utility costs related to that. So all of that are directly attributable to broadband. When you get into the impact on the other departments, yes, that's a starting point, but it's not directly attributable at that point, because a subsequent decision needs to be made as to what is the need for heated storage. And quite frankly, my understanding, and I'm speaking for my colleague in Public Works, is that I think our needs for heated storage go beyond what we lost with those 3 bays.
I suppose maybe they do at this point, but I guess more to the point of the question, the $500,000 roughly to rebuild that structure, it was just given to this new Department of Broadband? There was never a transfer of that cost to this department?
This department absorbed that cost to transform those bays into a useful building. That's part of the structure cost that is within the broadband program. And so prior to that happening, the broadband committee was presented with several options, and in terms of purchasing a property, building a building, or transforming something we already have. And that was the committee's decision, is to take those 3 bays and transform them into a central office. So yeah, all those costs directly attributable to that transformation are broadband.
But the physical asset of that 40 by 60 shop that the county owned, did the cost of that asset get transferred to broadband, or was that just absorbed by all the rest of all the departments?
Well, that cost of that building itself, it didn't go outside the county, so there's nothing to absorb there per se. If we had taken over the entire building, we probably would have moved that in and called it a broadband asset at that point. But there's still 2 bays that are being used for heated storage in that building. So at this point, we're still considering the overall building structure a county asset, with the exception of all the renovations and equipment is all broadband. So it's really a shared cost across the 2 departments.
There's 2 bays that are still being used for heated storage?
Yep.
Because we were told that we couldn't use that building for heated storage because it was broadband.
Just the 3 bays.
Just those 3 bays, the other 2 bays are used by the regional waste for their trucks. They park them in there all winter
Okay.
and summer.
So, yeah, okay. I guess to summarize, that infrastructure cost was not transferred, just the cost of upgrading the building.
Yeah, because we're not really splitting, I mean, clearly, if we had used the whole building, we would have moved the net book value of that building, the cost less than accumulated amortization, we would have moved that entirely over to broadband as an asset. Here, what we're capturing is all the incremental costs related to using it for broadband, so I believe we're doing it correctly.
I guess if you're running the broadband as a separate entity or a business, there would be rental costs or a lease cost or.
There could be.
There should be a cost associated with the use of that one.
Yeah, it could be, but we're not running it separately. It is a program of Clearwater County. An option for this council to consider, or a future council to consider, is potentially splitting that broadband operation into a municipally controlled corporation. And then you're absolutely right, I would expect to see some sort of either sale from the county to that corporation or a rental agreement put in place there. But because right now it's a county operation, we're not looking at that.
Okay, thank you for the
Does
clarification.
that help?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Please carry on.
Okay, so moving to page 134 is communications. And we'll find there, the team supports the county's programs, services by delivering accurate, timely, accessible information to residents and staff. Core activities include research, brand identity management, media relations, crisis communications, digital media production, maintenance of online communication channels, corporate advertising, public engagement initiatives that foster transparency and community trust. So one of the key changes for the communications team is prior to 2025, it was a team of two, a coordinator and a technician. In 2025, council approved the hiring of a third team member in that area to keep up with the increasing workload. And so that happened midway through 2025, so we saw a budget adjustment to take us to the end of 2025. Then in 2026, what you're seeing is what we call the annualization of that adjustment. So you're seeing the full year of those salaries in there. So the two areas that increased significantly from 2025 to 2026 are that annualization of that third position. As well, contracted services have been increased to allow for additional content in the newsletter. And materials and supplies includes another $45,000, which is a new cost, to potentially create and install message boards at the waste transfer sites. And this was a suggestion that came from the Agricultural Services Board, I understand. I haven't seen the minutes of the meeting or didn't attend the meeting, but my understanding is that there was an observation made that our prior initiatives such as satisfaction survey and so forth for the citizens, where the attendants at the transfer sites handed out leaflets and so forth there were very successful. So the ASB, the Agricultural Service Board, made a recommendation that perhaps communications work with Public Works to put up some message boards at those transfer sites. So as people are waiting in line, that sort of thing, there can be some pertinent county information presented there as well. So that's a reason we put it in here for discussion. And again, as with anything, we wouldn't move on something like this until we had approval and direction to do it. Any questions on communications?
I don't see any, there's no questions at this time.
So I think that takes us to the end of corporate services presentation for operating.
Okay, so we'll move on in our agenda to 5.7, which is agriculture and community services. And it is on page 169 of our agenda.
Alrighty. Good morning, Chair and committee members. As mentioned, I'm going to be going over the agriculture and community services operating budget. I'm going to be doing a brief overview of programs that saw notable increases or decreases in the proposed 2026 Ag and Community Services budget. Across a number of agriculture and community programs, council will find there have been a number of salary budget adjustments made. This is to reflect, this is reflected in some of the programs seeing an increase in the salaries budget while others saw a decrease. The changes seen are largely due to wages being accurately reflected in the programs that staff are allocating their time and to foster greater transparency throughout. No additional full-time staff members have been added. There are a couple seasonal staff members that we're requesting to add, and these changes will be noted in the respective programs. I will now go over the notable changes proposed within the respective programs. I will go over them in the same order as found within our Ag and Community Services budget below, and I'm going to start off with the agricultural programs in the Ag Services budget. So at the Agricultural Service Board meeting held on November 10th, 2025, the ASB reviewed the Agricultural Services operating and capital budget and made the following motion. Anne Marie Bertinoli made the motion that the board recommends the proposed capital and operating budget for council's consideration, and that was carried. So I'm going to start off with Ag General. And so under Ag General, there was a decrease in salaries of this program, and this was largely due to previous staff being in higher salary grids and current staff wages accurately reflected in the programs where they were allocating their time. There is one additional seasonal staff position requested in this program to help the front desk with inquiries and commodity sales during the summer months. This is due to only having one permanent staff member at the front desk going forward, and this replaces a full-time position that there used to be two full-time positions at the front desk in Ag Services. On to commodity sales. It can be noted there's an increase in both revenues and expenditures, and this is due to reflect the expected price increase in all chemical purchases and sales. The herbicides are marked up at 10% above cost to help cover the expenses relating to retail herbicide sales. Next, I will move into our fleet and vegetation management. So under fleet and vegetation management, I'm going to start with beaver control. So under beaver control, there was an increase noted in this program due to additional expenses for hired contract beaver trappers. So beaver dam blasting is now paired with trapping to achieve more effective long-term control, which is why there's an increase seen there. Labor in this program also increased due to accurate wage allocations along with an influx of beaver-related inquiries seen in the past couple of years. We believe largely due to drought and just more people on the landscape. Onto equipment pool. There was an increase in this program due to various equipment not having been previously entered and budgeted for. So last year, or this past year, was the first year where all of the equipment was broke out individually and tracked individually, and there was a couple pieces of equipment that were missed in our department. So with those being added, increased our budget there a bit to accurately show the expenditures for various pieces of equipment. On to the roadside mowing. We can see an increase there. We had to budget a 15% increase in contracted services due to the rental tractors that we get every year. So there's increases in costs there, which we had to reflect in budget for those rentals that we get. On to the grounds maintenance. So this is a new program that we added in 2026, and this program was broke out to better track expenses for grounds maintenance activities. Previously, this was all lumped under roadside mowing, roadside brushing, and that type of thing. So we broke some of the expenses out of those programs and created the grounds maintenance programs, which looks after municipal maintenance of municipal properties, including hamlets, lagoons, landfill, transfer sites, fire hall, and all municipal offices and yard sites. So we'll be better able to track expenses going into maintenance of those areas going forward. Going on to the land care and environmental protection program. We can see an increase there under contracted services, and that's largely due to the advertising budget being moved. So previously, the advertising was budgeted under the Ag General, and a lot of the advertising that's done comes from the land care program, largely from the Saskatchewan partners, and regarding the various workshops and activities that go on with that program. So we moved that under there to more accurately reflect the program that comes out of. Under the Agricultural Service Board, we'll just see that there was a budget adjustment to the contracted services. So as many of you attended the Central Region ASB conference, we had to budget to be able to host that this past year, but that's only something that we host every 10 years or so. So we won't be needing to budget for that this coming year. So that's an expense that we won't need to budget for going forward. On to weed and pest control. And under that program, the custom spraying program is the next one I'm going to touch on. There was an increase that can be seen in the sale of goods, which is covered as other expenses as well as revenues due to expected inflationary increases of the cost of herbicide. There will also be an increased revenue seen in 2026 due to an increase in fees, fee for service, which was recently recommended and approved by the Agricultural Service Board to increase the fee for service for custom spraying completed. So we'll see a little bit of an increase in the revenue under that program as well. On to the weed and extent inspection program. We'll see a labor increase due to the request of an additional seasonal staff member under this program, and that's to help assist with the eradicable weeds program. That program currently is one individual on their own, so we're hoping to pair them up and be able to cover more ground. Additional budget requested in contracted services is to accommodate the additional weed workshops that were requested by the ASB previously. This past year, they went over budget in that, so we adjusted that to accommodate those weed workshops, which allows residents to get a 10% discount on herbicides if they attend those weed workshops in the spring. And that's all I've got for the Ag Services budget. Does anybody have any questions under Ag Services?
I guess I'll just offer one comment maybe, just under the roadside mowing. It's just more of an addition that could be added. The roadside mowing also assists in reducing drifting, snow drifting during the winter months.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can add that in there.
Are there any other comments? I don't see any at this point in
Okay.
time.
Perfect, we'll move on to community services. So under our community services general program, there's a small increase that can be seen to the proposed event funding grant in response to increased events in the community that we're seeing this past year, which is as a result of some events not receiving funding or other events receiving less funding than requested. There has been $25,000 budgeted to pay for course of construction insurance for the Ferrier Community Hall. And this was motioned in 2025 and obviously was brought up yesterday as well. So this is one of the items that council will have to decide if it's an item that they want to continue funding going forward or not. So that's just to note there. And then there are some carry forwards from previous years under this program, which I've noted there. There was $80,000 set aside for a Carolina senior housing study previously requested. $100,000 for the emergent facility grant funding carried forward from 2025 to the coming year. And then the local food security project that was previously initiated. On to animal control.
Just to clarify something here.
Councilor McKay, go ahead.
Sorry, we really seem to be breezing through this. Under community services, the transfers to individuals and organizations, that $414,000, is that budgeted to go to Ferrier Hall or?
No, that's not included in, this hasn't been included in this budget any. So I was gonna touch on that at the end. There is a list basically from the, I guess from the meeting yesterday and the previous meeting as well, those additional asks that have come since this has all been finalized. So that's items that council will have to decide if they want to fund, and one of those items would be the Ferrier Community Hall, the course of construction insurance. I'll touch on them at the end.
Okay.
So that, I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble wrapping my head around this. That 400K that was not spent last year, or this in 2025.
Sorry, that's just the difference between 25 and 26. Or which one are you looking at? I'm looking at
Right,
transfers to.
I suppose that's the right way to put it. Why was it so much higher in 25?
This was, I can't recall exactly why this would have been higher previously. I believe it was due to the amount of halls that were getting the emergent hall funding to make those improvements and get their halls up to code.
I think maybe Ms. Graham has it.
Oh, yep.
Go ahead, Ms. Graham.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it's the line that has the decrease of 413,000 and change? That's what you guys are discussing?
Correct.
So that account is when community groups come in and they request funding, it comes out of that account. So it's so much higher because those were one-off requests that came last year, like the Caroline School Enhancement Project, for example. And then they come in and that's the account that it comes out of. So those weren't budgeted for necessarily last year, but they did come throughout the year, those one-off asks.
It'd be like the budget adjustments.
Yeah.
If a group came in and requested funding and council decided to fund that group that wasn't previously budgeted, it would go in here.
Sorry, but I just didn't quite hear what you said, the Caroline, what enhancement project?
So toward the end of the year, Caroline, there's a group, the Caroline School Enhancement Project, so
Oh,
they're,
school enhancement.
yeah, so they're revitalizing their football field and making it accessible, and there's been a gopher issue down there, and they kind of have that under control, so they wanna get rid of those holes, so there's no broken ankles, and, yeah. So they came and asked the county for funding, and the past council chose to assist with funding that.
Okay.
They were applying for a CFIP grant to improve the school grounds and allow access for seniors and stuff, or, disabled individuals to have access down onto the school grounds. So it was a request for funding to assist in the CFIP grant application.
Plus the additional 225,000 that did go to Ferrier Hall in 2025. So that was, there was a budget adjustment during 2025. 25,000 of it was course of construction insurance, and 200,000 was for the construction of the hall.
Thank you.
I don't see any other, Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Is this also where the warming shelter funding comes from as well?
Yes, it would be. Yeah.
Is
And
that,
so currently that's not budgeted.
okay,
Yeah.
does that get discussed later?
Yes, I do have, I could have mentioned it at first, I just thought it'd be confusing if I start mentioning these one-off asks, but I do have a list here of requests that came to the past council meeting and the one prior that are currently not budgeted in this budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, yeah, please, excellent.
No worries, sorry, I should have maybe clarified that at the beginning. Anyways, moving on to animal control. Under contracted service, there is a slight increase under this program to reflect the influx of complaints that administration has seen over the past year, and this also accounts for the expansion of the animal control services into the hamlet of Caroline. So with us taking over Caroline, we also had to look after their dog complaints now. So that's to account for that increase of residents that we're working with in that area. On to recreation. I'll start with transfers to Rocky Mountain House Recreation operating. So payment is per the recreation agreement, and the per capita is based on a 5-year average of the CPI, which is for the 2026 budget is 3.74%. There was also an increase in Clearwater County population due to the amalgamation with the village of Caroline. And there are some carry forwards that can be seen in this program for the pool lift of $25,000 to complete the pump track parking lot for $325,000. $50,000 for the recreation center expansion concept drawings, and transfers to Carolina District Athletic and Agricultural Society. And there's also a decrease seen here due to the previous capital requests being completed and no additional capital funding requested for, and this is specific to the Carolina District Ag Society request. On to Parks and Recreation. This program has seen the addition of a labor expense due to staff wages being accurately reflected in the program where the work was completed. And this includes time for some permanent administration time, along with 2 seasonal staff who look after maintenance of the campgrounds, playgrounds, and cemeteries. So this was new that we added the labor expenses into Parks and Recreation. Previously, it was all kind of grouped under community services. So we want to be able to more clearly be able to identify those expenses, and so we moved these expenses under Parks and Recreation. There is one seasonal position being requested for this program to account for additional workload of the added Parks and Recreation infrastructure. Materials and supplies also increased to account for maintenance of equipment and grounds. There was an additional $10,000 requested to keep up with the maintenance of playgrounds. A lot of the playgrounds are aging, and there is quite stringent requirements, safety requirements for those. So if they don't meet the inspection requirements, then basically have to take them out of commission. So to try and keep up with that and not having to replace the entire playgrounds, we've budgeted some maintenance funding to keep up with those playgrounds and allow them to be safe for children to play on. There is also a carry forward here of $150,000 for rail trail funding carried over from previous. On to culture. This increased due to the increased ask for library funding. So obviously, the numbers are going to be different than what's reflected here. That's one of the other ones I'm going to be mentioning, is that previously there would have been $50,000 budgeted under here for Caroline. Where now that possibly could change if council wishes to increase that based on the request that they came with. And if nobody has any questions, I'll move on to Heritage.
I don't see any questions at this time.
So under Heritage General, the Heritage Advisory Committee budget reflects an increase from $5,000 to $10,000. And this is driven by growth in grant applications and associated project costs. The remaining interpretive sign budget is being carried forward to 2026 and reallocated to Heritage General account. This is to account for the project being initiated for the historic sign project in Leslieville. And the carry forward for that was $62,000, 741. And then on to the historic mine site. So the grading and drainage project has been completed and all final reports have been submitted. The rehabilitation of the briquette plant and the raw coal storage building will be completed by the end of 2025, so that is complete now. In 2026, administration will begin work on rehabilitating one mine site structure, and that's the cleaning and testing plant. A request of $400,000 per year is brought forward to council, with matching grants being pursued in accordance with the recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee from September 2023. This is why $700,000 allocation appears in the budget for this project over the next 3 years, and a decrease from $800 due to limited grant funding opportunities. So you'll see it went from $400 to $300, and that's just because the amount of grants that we can apply for is only up to really $300,000 that's available. So it's not accurate that we can really apply for $400, because there's not $400,000 worth of grants out there for us to apply for this historic mine site project. The number of buildings that can be addressed annually will depend on the availability of grant funding and the specific costs associated with each structure. These are operating expenses due to the mine site being provincially owned and designated as a provincial and national historic site. And there is a carry forward here for the lower loop outhouse that didn't get completed in 2025. On to the Nordegg Discovery Center. An increase in revenue is projected due to a rise in donations at the Discovery Center. There's a decrease seen for the Discovery Center in operating due to unused funding in previous years, so we just adjusted this to more accurately reflect the spending being done there. And there's also the carry forward for the Discovery Center signage project of $24,270 to finish that in 2026. Then I'll go back to those items then that are currently not budgeted, but council will have to consider if they want to include in the budget. So the one would be for the Clearwater Library Board, previously $50,000 was budgeted, and they're requesting $128,000. So that's an item that is not in the budget currently, and that council will have to decide if we want to fund the Water Library Board to the request that they brought forward. The other one will be for the Leslieville Cemetery expansion. That is currently not included, so that's for the $419,000 over 4 years, and that would be including contingency included within that amount. And so for 2026, that would include $253,000 needed for the land purchase, as well as legal fees and permit fees to purchase that land for the cemetery.
So total 275, do you think, Bettina?
I believe that included the contingency, but I can verify with you.
Okay, yeah,
That's
just an
the-
overall number of whatever you think.
That was the 253 then, would be all inclusive with legal fees and the cost to purchase. the
Oh, I
land?
thought she said in addition to, sorry. The 253 includes everything?
Sorry, 253 is just for 2026, just to do the land purchase and includes legal fees and permit
Okay.
fees. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So just one,
So
sorry.
253, yeah.
If it was decided if council was to approve it, the required amount for the 2026 budget would be the 253,000.
That's right.
If council chose to move forward, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. The other item was for the,
One
sorry.
more question from Councillor McKay.
Sorry, my brain doesn't work as nearly as fast as yours.
No.
The library board funding, you said that there was nothing in the budget, or,
Sorry, there was $50,000 budgeted,
okay?
but the request is for 128.
Right, I didn't catch what we had in.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
So that would be a difference of 78,000 additional.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem. On to the Farrier Hall funding for the remainder of the construction for their hall there, which they requested yesterday. So that would be for the $322,000 is what the request is. You know, obviously they did include in there that they would be hoping to pay back the 125 if they're successful with the CFIP grant. But I believe we would have to budget the full 322, as that's an unknown whether we would be getting that payment back or not.
Does Councillor McKay, do you have another? Oh, no, that's okay. Sorry, proceed, Director.
Okay. And then, as mentioned previously, we'd also have to, so this one is already in the budget, the course of construction insurance for 26. It is included in this budget, but obviously it is up to council's discretion whether they want to fund that or not. And include that in, or, you know, continue to include that or not.
And that was roughly 23,000?
It was 25?
No, it's 23 something in 2025. We have seen an increase in our insurance premiums, like maybe 5% into 2026, so I would assume 24,000 would be a budget that would be considered for that.
But it's already.
It is already it is in budget. That one is in budget, but I just wanted to point out that it is something that was added in, and it is up to council's discretion whether they want to approve that or not. And then the other one would have been from the November 25th council meeting for the warming shelter for the $37,000, which is not currently included in here in the budget. And I believe that's everything I had to cover, if anyone has any questions.
Councillor McKay, you've got a question?
What about the ice plant in Caroline?
Oh, yes, that will be under capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And yeah, that's under capital.
Okay.
Maybe we'll just speak to the community services budget just a little bit. This is one of the areas that you'll see, you know, a lot of project or specific funding that's not really what you would consider a typical operating cost for a private industry. So all of your costs for, all your programming for seniors that comes through this, the construction or work being done at the mine site, because it's not our asset, comes through here. Also, all of the capital purchases for recreation within the town of Rocky, we don't share those assets. We just provide a grant up to 50% of that, so that they can provide that recreation funding. And of course, the operational funding for recreation is in here. So it's a lot of just program or specific costs. So it's not like utilities or salaries or, you know, I mean, there's some salaries obviously for oversight for these programs for the community services department, but to provide those services that are in this budget, you know, they're just grants that are going out to other organizations.
Is there any more discussion or any other further questions?
Alrighty,
Thank you very much for your presentation.
thank you very much.
At this time, we'll take a break till roughly 12:45 roughly. Welcome back from our break. Oh, Ms. Serhan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just before we move into our next item, there was one other additional item that needed to be added to the list for consideration, and that was a washroom facility at the bike park that's shared with the town. So the town has asked to, for Clearwater to cost share that 50% with them, which would be a $120,000 project. So Clearwater County's cost share would be $60,000 of that washrooms at the bike park, and that would be housed in community services and rec, so.
Okay, and that's an item that is currently not in budget?
It's currently not in
Okay,
budget, yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll move into item 5.8, planning and development. And I will pass the floor over to Ms. Gillum.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council. So I guess I'll just go through the planning and economic development budget stuff here. So the department is responsible for conducting land use planning, including the preparation of statutory plans, processing applications for land development, Nordic lot sales, and economic development. So the highlights. For 2026, service levels remain constant, and there are no recommendations for significant changes to the planning operating budget or staffing. The committee will note slight adjustments both up and down in salary-related categories as distribution of work plans or percent of wages were adjusted by the program area as part of the director position being separated from planning and emergency services and returning to regular staffing complement and economic development. Other than basic inflationary considerations, the notable changes to the planning budget are as follows. Reduce overall contracted and general services. There will be ongoing legal and contracted services in 2026, including the review of the IDP with the town, but with the land use bylaw project complete, the budget has decreased. Planning will also be addressing the amalgamation with Caroline by reviewing and rescinding bylaws and policies, integrating the Caroline MDP with the county MDP, and creating a Hamlet of Caroline ASP, which will have some costs related to hosting engagement sessions and advertising. Reduce overall materials and supplies, found some areas for cost savings and less advertising cost requirements due to the land use bylaw project being complete. Increased costs and expenses in lot sales are related to the cost of construction in Nordegg that is applied to the budget related to phase 2 of the industrial subdivision, the historic core commercial and the Lily Ave residential lots. Reduced costs in the municipal planning commission and economic development budget to be closer to actual costs. And then we move into the actual budget summary information here. So planning general. So again, that's just the summary of what some of the things that we handle. The 2026 salary grid slight adjustments and direct position change to full-time planning compared with emergency services. Contracted services increased legal based on actuals and anticipated intermunicipal development plan review with the town of Rocky. And then the land use bylaw project being complete reduced overall contracted costs. Is there any questions on that one?
I don't see any questions at this time.
Okay. So then just the planning vehicle pool, just the vehicles we use for inspections and things like that. That's just the repair and maintenance costs and fuel for those vehicles. And then the planning lot sales. As mentioned before, the decrease in contracted services and materials reflect actuals for realtor fees and things of that nature, but increase in other expenses reflects construction costs for the lots in Nordegg that have happened over the recent year. And then we have the Municipal Planning Commission, so it's just for the fees to pay the people that work on MPC and provide those decisions, and then also for transportation and food and training for those members as well. Yeah, sorry, I have a hole in there, so I'm not sure the 222, yes. Any questions so far? No? And then economic development, Jerry.
Ms. Gillum.
Sorry.
Sorry, we do have a
Yeah.
question from
bet.
Councillor McKay.
Sorry, Ms. Gill.
Yeah, no worries.
Just with regards to the labor cost just backing you a little bit here.
In the general?
Yeah, the increase of 120,000, that was for another full-time employee, you said? I didn't get that written.
No, or, the increase in labor costs, so there will be some, obviously, for cost of living increase, and step increases for all of the employees in, the planning and development department. But also because of the, emergency services and planning previously having one director over both of them, and with Christine leaving, we've split that position back up. So there's a higher budget section in our department for a full-time director to the department. So part of that's having a full director position when it would have previously only been partly under planning and partly under emergency services.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
See any further questions, please carry on.
Okay. Sorry, to economic development. This one, 2026 salaries reflect returning to regular staffing complement. Because Jerry has returned, he was away for a bit there. And again, the director allocation stuff, so because of shared between planning and economic development. And decrease in contracted services and material supplies due to internal staffing stuff and closer to actuals. And then decrease in transfers to individual organizations, and funds moved to labor for membership. So there was a shift in where some of those fees came out of as well. And Jerry's just gonna clarify this, given this is his area as well.
What I have in the plan for this coming year is the economic development strategy needs to be updated. It was previously approved for 2019. And so that will include, and I did that internally in 2019. My plans are to do that internally again, but it will involve multiple open houses, interviews, and surveys. But probably be done after council goes through their own strategic plan, because the economic development strategy is supposed to support council's vision of the community, 20, 30 years down the road, what we look like and feel like. And the economic development strategy aligns and supports the vision that comes out of council's own strategy. But that is in my plan to do this year. And once that happens, once I have the economic development strategy done, then there's a regional tourism strategy that was originally done with Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, and Clearwater County. That needs to be updated as well. So they'll be in process later in the year after the economic development strategy itself is done.
Councillor McKay.
How many people are employed in the economic development department?
Just one.
Okay. And I guess I'm just a little unfamiliar with the impacts that this department would have as far as benefits to the residents. Like, could you give some examples of, I guess, how this department has brought growth to the county?
Well, I'll start off with the overall goal. It has the description there, but generally I tell people that the goal of economic development is to raise the quality of life and prosperity of the community by growing the number of jobs, number and types of jobs and businesses in the community. The areas that have grown the best for us over the last 10, 15 years has been in tourism development and investment. Economic development has used the strategy to identify certain areas that previous councils have invested in, such as broadband, some of the industrial lots in Caroline, industrial lots in Nordegg, for example. Those were areas that were identified as businesses struggling to come here with because there weren't industrial lots available. And then really I go out and I connect with businesses and basically find out, what are their needs, what are their obstacles and what are their opportunities, and then try to enhance the environment, because I don't bring businesses to here. What I do is try to work with council and our variety of departments to enhance the environment so businesses find it worth investing. The majority of economic growth usually comes from existing businesses expanding
In fact, I believe the number is about 80% of business development in a community actually happens from existing businesses expanding, seeing an opportunity, or they expand their existing business. Only 20% usually comes from outside coming in. A lot of people think of attracting new business to the area, but really most of the growth comes from existing businesses expanding. Most of the investment, like I said, over the past years that is not specifically oil and gas related has been tourism. That's been the most successful. I'm hoping for a day sometime in the first quarter where I get to sit down with council to go through the existing economic development strategy and talk about, you know, what and how we can update it. And that's when we get to walk through our population, our demographics, and the state of our businesses, our industries, and take a look, you know, what has generally been growing and what hasn't. But that's a long conversation because it does mean going through the state of what our oil and gas industry has been, state of our agriculture, state of our forestry, and the state of our tourism, and the other opportunities that might exist as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this council has a pretty good understanding of what industry is doing in the county. It's too bad we didn't have that conversation before this budget deliberation. We should have sat down with you earlier so we had a little better understanding before coming into this.
It is a big conversation because it's very comprehensive. I mean, that the job opportunities, the quality of life that all of our industries provide to our residents, it touches every person that lives in the county. And so, yeah, it's not going to be done in a 15-20-minute conversation today.
Yeah, I guess just to summarize that, I think it's maybe from industry, they might prefer less interaction with the county rather than more.
Okay, I'm not sure where that's coming. My job is to find out what industry is looking for and what their obstacles are and how I can help them. I know during COVID, that was a big thing that I was working on. I had a lot of businesses, not the large ones, you know, not the Kiaras and Shells that might have been here at the time, but a lot of the smaller ones, looking for where do they go to be able to help their employees, where do they go to stay in business, and that was my chunk of work during that 2-year period of time. That's a major part of my job, is being aware of the government programs that might be able to help businesses with development, with staffing, and housing is a major issue right now for a lot of them.
I see. Thank you.
I guess I'll ask a couple questions. Support for agriculture in Clearwater County, what actions or items as far as economic development, what items or actions have been taken to support agriculture and the producers in Clearwater County?
The individual producers would come under our ag services. For beyond that, and ag services provides a lot of various programs, educational and support for our ag producers. Beyond that, I'll be honest, ag is a little bit of a struggle. We don't have a lot of the support services in agriculture here.
Maybe I'll clarify just a little bit. Said that you support small businesses, but many residents in Clearwater County are farmers and ranchers, which are small businesses, and to expand their businesses they would need the land to expand onto. So I'm just wondering how you've been helping the agricultural producers, whether it's cattle, grain, hay farmers.
Again, most of the ag support comes through our ag services department. For businesses where I have assisted with is I've provided a seminar about 2 years ago on farm succession planning specifically, being able to keep farms within families or how to hand them off to other people who are interested that way. The struggle I find is with our lack of support services in agriculture and how do we get them back. For example, We haven't had grain elevators here in 40 years. The livestock auction mart closed over 20 years ago. Even Rocky Mountain Meats just down the road here, burnt down 10 years ago now. And so those support services, there hasn't been much interest from other business to come in and reinvest in those services as they moved out. Because of centralization, honestly. They close the elevators here in order to build larger grain terminals elsewhere. And that's happening in all businesses, not just agriculture sector, but we've really seen it in agriculture across rural Alberta.
Sorry. Alberta is the largest cattle producing province in the whole country. But I'm just wondering, do you have any statistics around how many thousands of pounds of beef have been exported out of Clearwater County?
The stats I have for heads of cattle was in 2001, there were about 128,000 head of cattle in Clearwater County. And at last count of 2021 that I'm aware of, there was approximately 68,000 head of cattle. So dropping about half over that 20 years.
Okay.
And I do have stats and support stuff that I went through in my economic development strategy presentation that would get into, the wheres and whys that probably has happened. And, is that possible to change? That's a long-term trend.
Yeah, this will be my last comment and then I'll move on. But I think the narrative or the statement that was in the previous strategic plan that Clearwater County is a rural municipality transitioning to a rural urban, I don't think that really supports agriculture in Clearwater County. So anyways.
Yeah, and the economic development strategy is meant to support whatever the strategies that council comes up with and the vision of what you want our community to look like in 20 years.
Any more comments from any other committee members? Ms. Gillen?
Sorry, I just wanted to address something that Mr. McKay had said before, just asking about labor as well. The one thing we shifted where some of the funds come out of for memberships for CAPE and Central Alberta Tourism, things like that, and chambers. So those actually come out of labor now because they're memberships and the way things are classified. So some of those labor fees are actually related to memberships to the groups that we're in for economic development as well. Just to clarify that.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Thank you. That's all for your presentation?
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Okay.
If there's any other questions for the planning budget?
I don't see any other comments or further discussion at this time, so
Okay, thank you.
we can move on to item 5.9. It'd be the final item in the operational overview for budget consideration.
Good afternoon, Council. We're going to go over the emergency services operating budget as a whole here. And so we can go to maybe just start with the summary page at 226. The background here is, as the Strategic Planning Committee is aware, Emergency Services is responsible providing operational service level delivery of emergency management, regional fire, wildland urban interface, and the community peace officer programs, as well as it encompasses the transfers to other organizations like the RCMP, STARS, search and rescue. So both emergency management and fire services fall under regional partnerships in which the county is the managing partner, and agreements are in place with the respective municipalities related to those service levels and budgets. So an example of that would be the partnership with the town on regional fire and the Summer Village of Birdstick Lake for emergency management. As mentioned, this budget area is also the one that includes the operational grant transfers to other outside organizations like the RCMP administration, school resource officers, STARS, and Rocky Volunteer Search and Rescue. So if you just look at page 226, that's the summary. The revenues depicted there are largely contributed by those regional agreements, right? So it's the cost share to our partners is what you're seeing there, as well as some additional billings that we are able to cost recover some of our operational costs, and that would be to like Alberta Transportation, maybe Alberta Wildfire for mutual aid, and or peace officer revenues generated through the work that they do in our municipality. From there, I'm gonna take you to 228. And we're gonna kind of go category by category here, or program by program. So for 2026, our service levels remain constant. Changes to budget reflect the realignment of the percentage of salary allocations across the programs, not unlike what you just heard from Kim with some of the staffing changes. And so we readjusted where permanent salaries fall. And then you'll see some adjustments for inflationary costs of materials and supplies. Other than the basic inflationary considerations, notable changes to the emergency services budget, and we're gonna get into those details, are listed below. And as it pertains to regional fire services, the budget aligns with the decision made at the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee meeting that was held November 6th, 2025, to see an increase capped at 6% from the 2025 regional fire services budget. So starting with emergency management, general, you're gonna see a large number increase to 2026, and this is based on an unfilled director's, large portion of an unfilled director's salary still included for 2026. I'm currently working with administration, CEO Emmons, on what the real need for that position is, and it's likely, if it's unfilled, the realistic increase is only 12,000 over 2025, moving into 2026. Okay, so it's kind of planned for as we can reevaluate need, and if it's determined that the need isn't there to fill that, basically that means that workload would remain with myself. Then we're gonna see that huge reduction, but we had to forecast for it right now until that decision is made. Okay. Any questions on that one?
I don't see any questions at this time.
Moving to search and rescue. So Rocky SAR has requested a $65,000 operational grant for 2026, along with an additional $105,000 grant for future capital replacement costs for both equipment and building, totaling $170,000. You'll see that is up from $150,000, which was approved in 2025, so $20,000 more. And what this financial support allows for SAR is for them to apply for other provincial grants that require matching dollars, right? So they're looking at maintaining their ability to move forward and kind of modernize, and they need the funding we give them, they use to apply for matching grant dollars, etc. The second part of their budget line is their contracted and general services that you'll see there, and that's basically the section that it includes their annual lease costs for their radio system. There are some dollars in there for software that they were sharing in the past with fire that we were unsure if the new fire software would accommodate. However, it's looking like it will, so that $3,500 cost that you see there's likely not to be incurred as well, because we're gonna roll them right into the new fire software as well. And then some vehicle maintenance and insurance for another $65,000-ish there. So you can see the total is $235,500. Any questions on that one?
I don't see any questions at this time.
So moving to the next one is the transfers to other emergency services, page 232. And so this is the category where you see the transfers for police funding, RCMP administration, school resource officers, and STARS. And through the orientation, you would have we had the discussion around the increases with the police funding, around 1.4 million for this year, and the rest is the administration and school resource officers with 25,000 being allocated to STARS in this line or program.
Councillor McKay has a question.
With our contribution to the RCMP, has it been talked about to form some sort of committee that would communicate directly with the RCMP? That seems to be something that's really missing between the county and RCMP.
Yeah, and Councilor McKay, I'm unable to answer that. I'm going to defer to the CAO Emmons on this one, and maybe he can elaborate a little bit on that.
Thank you, Chief. And if I may, Deputy Reeve, so far, no. But that would be an interim solution that council could definitely entertain. Clearwater County Council has lobbied the provincial government for a similar contract to what the urban municipalities have with the RCMP. Because prior to this legislation, it was the urbans that contributed to enforcement. Now rurals do as well, but we lack the voice. With the requisition, an agreement did not come with it. So an interim solution could easily be this council having administration get together with RCMP administration and look at what a committee could look like to start that level of communication.
That'll be something for next general meeting, I guess. It's just, it's becoming a pretty large line item with no accountability whatsoever.
It's also my understanding that budget line has been frozen and is under, or supposed to be undergoing a review for 2026, what that looks like around that whole police funding model. So more to come. Okay, the final program, sort of under emergency management here, page 234, is the flood and fire repair costs, and you'll see there's no dollars really associated to this program code. We have the code in existence should we incur an emergency, and it's a place where we would code those costs associated to that emergency, and that allows finance to do some summations, and we can work out what maybe we're eligible to apply back to the province for disaster relief funding, et cetera. So, any questions on kind of emergency management?
I don't see any questions at this time from the committee.
So next we're moving into regional fire then. Again, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee held their meeting November 6, 2025. And endorsed the budget as presented there with that cap of 6%. The county's portion of the of fire's operating budget for 2025 would be 2.4 million, or 77% of the total regional fire services operating budget expenditures of a total of 3.4 million. Net of expended service revenues, that 300,000, and that's, you know, our forecasted billings for vehicle accidents to Alberta Transportation, and the regional cost share revenues at about 719,000 with our partner, the town. So in this budget, some of the changes reflected include the addition of a training officer. The current model relying on paid on call time is inefficient and ineffective. So there's a slight decrease in paid on call time and wages around that. We're forecasting a slight increase in MVC revenues, The 2025 actuals were closer to 320,000, but again, it's sort of an unknown. So we made some adjustments for 2026 to reflect that. A big part is the salary percent program reallocations, and again, that's redistributing permanent staff's time and associated salary across the program codes. So you'll see some changes from program to program around that. Of course, there's inflationary costs from, labor, PPE, materials and supplies, contracted services, everything seems to just go up in cost. Another big one for this year was the inclusion of the fire software upgrade, which started in 2025, and we plan to go live with for the start of 2026. And 2027, we'll see a decrease in contracted services around software that we do not have to carry over, the overlap piece, right? So we'll drop off what we were currently using and just switch over to the new stuff, right? There's a little bit of overlap there, and we've actually started the elimination process already, so it won't even, we're doing it in 25, not just in 26, as we recognize what our new stuff can do for us. Then there's the increased call volume, so that just impacts the response budget program. Again, very difficult to forecast. You can just use past history and trends to kind of forecast the future there. And then we've also seen an uptake of 15 more paid on calls just recently this year. So with that, obviously comes more paid on call salary with that as well, right? The more people you have, the more it costs. And we had 67 for 2025, and we'll be moving, we'll have a total of 82. And that's still not right at the maximum amounts we would like per station, if I can, or if you will. So going through them, we'll start with the admin. You'll see there's a change there from 2025 to 2026, and really that's the increases related to the extra position reallocations, moving some paid on call time into this budget program where it never existed before, and then some increased costs into contracted services as it pertains to software, and it includes the overlap costs that are likely not to be fully realized if all goes well. Okay, moving into response, 237, I guess it is. Again, you'll see there some changes, an increase from 25 to 26, and that's just based off current call volumes and the associated predictions with staffing around that, the labor piece, right? More people, more calls means more cost. Again, that's a tough one that, if call volume dropped, that number could drop significantly as well. Hard to forecast, so best prediction going forward. Training. So again, you'll see an increase there, and that's related to again, position reallocations. This is the one where we did see a decrease in labor around paid on call instructor time with the addition of a paid on call training officer. However, with more firefighters and they all require training, there's increased salaries in providing training to them. So you don't see the decrease as rampantly as one might expect. Only slight increases in contracted general services and materials and supplies. So staffing remains the big cost there. Yeah.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Sorry. The training costs here. The training facilities in Leslieville, is that just for Clearwater County, or do we bring in other firefighters, emergency response people to train there also?
Yeah.
For Central Alberta? So how does that work?
So there's training networks that exist in the fire service, and we often do, if we're holding a certified training course, we'll often invite, if there's members from other departments that need it. We often see Sylvan contribute some staffing to our training program. The training facility in Leslieville has been used by other agencies as well, where they've come and rented it from us to use as well. We didn't really necessarily promote it as, you know, a revenue generator, but we have a schedule of rental fees and others are welcome to come use it. So
There's financial consideration.
that happens
compensation.
there, yeah, there's you know,
Okay.
they rent it for a fee.
Right, and do you have that anywhere here, anybody?
Rhonda, you might have to help me if there was some revenue generated this year in it.
I don't think we budgeted for it.
Yeah, it was,
Like, it's obviously included in the actuals if it happens, but I don't think there's a budget line for
No, I
that
just,
revenue.
I was just wondering if there was some income or not, that's
yeah,
all.
I feel like it was $12,000 to $15,000.
Yeah, okay, no,
Okay.
good, thank you.
Okay, fire prevention, page 241. So this one, you'll see a decrease from 25 to 26, and again, that's largely related to the salary reallocation. So as some programs go up, other ones go down, and it's just spreading the salaries across the board there. Materials and supplies, contracted services, kind of unchanged moving forward there. And then next is the health and wellness program. So again, this is the labor code identified here is, and that's page 243, is related to the health spending account that is provided to our paid-on-call firefighters. An initiative that was approved by the previous council, and it remains unchanged. And I think Rhonda might be able to support me here. I don't think it's ever been fully consumed in any given year. It seems to be undersubscribed in terms of the use, the paid-on-call uptake. It's available to them, and we did it as a retention initiative. Reeve, you might remember some of the decision around that.
Yeah, I don't remember what the percentage is, but it's definitely not 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was getting to be a few years ago, but yeah, it was basically for retention purposes and to offer benefits to the paid on call.
Yeah. Moving to the next one. Equipments or equipment and buildings. So from 2025 to 2026, we see a slight increase there, and this is mainly related to inflationary costs associated with the equipment and the materials and supplies that we need. And that would be similar, moving to the next one. Oh, sorry. I was looking for PPE. Did I miss one by chance? No, it's coming up. So that would be similar for the personal protective equipment, which is page 250. You'll see a slight increase there as well, and that's just related to inflationary costs with materials and supplies. If we back up a page to 247, the regional fleet, logistics and supplies, this is not the program that manages our actual vehicles and apparatus. Those are coming up. This is some support, again, labor and maintenance, and a little bit of a catch-all if we buy things for the entire fleet, things like windshield washer fluid, right? Instead of coding it to one particular unit, it's for the whole fire service fleet of apparatus and equipment. So again, the big component there is labor, and that's, salaries, full-time staff. We have a captain of training and logistics. The majority of his salary is captured in this program. Okay, and then as we move back down to 251, this is where you're going to see apparatus and equipment. So part of the fleet. This particular program is for our large apparatus, and you'll see some slight increases there, and that's just capturing more realistic numbers to maybe what it's actually been. This will be the second year that the fleet has actually been broken out in this specific type of format. So we're still collecting the data, if you will, on what the actual costs are per vehicle. So again, it's likely that this number is not entirely spent as projected here. Typically, we've been under in past years. It's just giving me a chance to really see those costs per apparatus, per piece of equipment, and then align it appropriately moving forward with the budget. Okay, and then page 253 is the smaller vehicles in our fleet, so our command staff utility pickups in the stations. And this one's running fairly true. I would suggest that the data on this one's a little bit better, and you'll see a slight increase there pertaining to some maintenance and better realignment of actual costs from previous years. And again, subject to change depending on actuals as we forecast the years forward. I'll bring it more in line as I get more information. Any questions on kind of the main fire programs? I know there's lots there.
I'm not seeing any questions at this time.
Okay, so the next one is Wildland Urban Interface. And so this is our grant-funded WUI team that the province grant funds $500,000 towards for us. And you'll see the operational costs from 2025 to 2026 are obviously over $500,000 and largely related to the salaries and the step increases for staffing around that. I would like to mention here, though, that most of the overage, or actually all of the overage to date, has been covered by their deployments when they are called to other parts of the province. We're able to invoice back, and all that funding is being covered off from the revenues generated from those deployments. So it's not a direct borne cost by Clearwater County, but we have to show it here. Okay, so the next program you'll see is a deployment code, and again, this is similar to the flood and fire. We can never predict this one, so we have this program open, and when there is a deployment required and we send firefighters or the WUI team to these other provincial incidents, this is where we track the incoming revenues, expenditures and revenues, so that we're able to identify those in summation at the end of the year. And then moving forward, the Nordegg Fire Smart project. So again, this is largely grant funded. The $400,000 were grant applications through FRIA, which is a third-party agency that hands out funding to the province and different municipalities or agencies of the province to conduct Fire Smart work around communities. We've been very successful with the grant application process there and continue to work closely with Alberta Wildfire on executing already existing plans as the funding comes in. And we're currently sitting, out of that 400,000, we're sitting on 200 waiting for a freeze up this winter to continue with the work out in the Nordegg area, as well as we have an application in for another 200,000. The 50,000 was a council injection of Clearwater County funding to carry out work, Fire Smart work on municipal reserve lands that are county owned. And by putting it in this code, we can take advantage of the buying power of the dollar. If we're already administering a contract, we can lump in the work on our municipal reserves right tied to those other contracts, so, and carry out that work. And then coming down to the final piece of my component here is the Community Peace Officer Program. So the program itself remains relatively consistent with previous years. Labor reflects some slight decreases due to new staffing and associated salary grids. In 2025, labor for the CPO program would have been underspent due to operating below full staffing complements. And there's some slight increases in materials and supplies due to inflationary costs. So 2025, you'll see the 893 and down to 843 for 2026. And then their vehicles, again, they have a fleet of CPO vehicles, and this remains relatively unchanged. There's a slight decrease moving to 2026 and forward from there. And I think that's due to some overlap in as they transitioned from some changeovers as their fleet renewed.
Councillor McKay has a question.
I'm just trying to understand the wording here. There's 4 patrol units and a mechanical spare? What is that?
Correct. There's basically 5 patrol units. So
they
one
just have
sits
a spare unit.
as a spare in case one goes down.
Mechanical spare is a really
Yeah,
strange term.
I
Spare unit.
can correct that moving forward.
No worries.
Yeah, I actually kind of did the same thing you did, and because it wasn't my initial wording, and I left it. I'm like, okay, maybe there was a reason for it. So, yeah.
You have an income of $225,000 for fines and penalties.
Correct.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions at this time.
Thank you, Council.
Seems we still have Mr. Magnus here. If I may, I do have a couple of questions to go back to the Director of Public Works. For the amount of gravel, for the maintenance on the gravel roads, the grader beats versus the Clearwater County's graders, pricing for, it looks like it's about $1,800 per kilometer, roughly across the municipality to maintain the grader beats. But yet it's about $5,000 per kilometer for Clearwater County's graders to maintain the number of kilometers. I'm just wondering why there's such a difference in pricing or the cost.
In and of itself, if we look at, I'll just address a few points to that. In and of itself, on average, if we count for graveling and everything associated with maintenance of our gravel roads, it's approximately $5,000 per kilometer per year to maintain a gravel road. Okay, just for council's information here, or this committee's information. Now, our beats account for the associated maintenance of those graders as well, in-house typically. If we're not able to do it in-house, then it's sent to the appropriate manufacturer. So that's accounted for in there. And then the salaries and benefits associated with our 2 personnel as well. And then the parts and just general maintenance of the graders, as I mentioned before, fuel and so on. So when the contract grader beat is put out to tender, however they do it, they come up with an hourly base rate, and typically, again, how they come up to that as compared to ours. Plus, the other thing too is we have typically a vehicle associated with that grader as well that they utilize, our operators and so on. So all that's taken into account in the cost associated with having our own 2 beats.
Okay. Yeah, just a considerable price difference or cost to maintain price per kilometer is significantly different. I also, I've had quite a few comments about the condition of the gravel roads and the maintenance on them. And how can we, I was just wondering on the process, how does that work for, if there's a road that needs to be graded, who authorizes that work to take place? Is it on the, would it be the grader beat operator, or is it is it the gravel road supervisor that would direct that grader to be dispatched? Or during dry conditions, if there's grading that takes place? I just wondering, for the committee's information, if you could just provide that information on how those graders are dispatched when there's a need for the roads to be maintained.
Sure. Just further to your original as well, I failed to account for the fact that our gravel road supervisor, part of his salary is also allocated to the total salary associated with our own grader beats. So because he manages contract grader beats, our own two grader beats with in-house and gravel roads, so a portion of his salary is allocated to that as well. That's why there's that difference in pricing as well.
Okay, so if if that individual's salary was removed from the from the county's graders, it would reduce the price per kilometer down from 5,000.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, in response to your next question, the individual that oversees all our beats is our gravel road supervisor, and which is Mr. Hugh Leslie, and he directs all any type of activity associated with any of the beats. So if it comes to our attention through either any of you, if a ratepayer comes to any of you and you forward it to Mr. Emmons here, who forwards it to myself, then that is made aware to Mr. Leslie, our gravel road supervisor, and he'll direct the grader appropriate to that beat to that section of road. Obviously, if any of the grader operators notice a particular section of road that requires a little bit more attention, they're well aware and have been given instruction to please do so and provide that attention if that road is so required, needs to be. But ultimately, our gravel road supervisor, he's no matter how many thousands of kilometers he puts on a year, travels all these roads and tries to stay on top of areas that may be needing a little bit more love, I guess, per se. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, a lot of comments that I've had from, the roads will be just, they might have been damp and they'll get a track down them. There's very little dust, they're nice and smooth, and then it'll be really dry. And then the grader goes down the road and grades the roads, and then it's just nothing but dust. Like it is so dusty, and it always seems to happen right around harvest season in the fall. And there's just nothing but dust. So, you had and I'm sure it deteriorates the quality of the gravel as well, because the roads are so hard when they're so dry. And then you take a nice 3/4 inch crushed gravel and you've now pulverized it down to 3/8 or smaller, really creating more fines. Then you have to re-gravel the road again. So I'm just wondering, the quality of the maintenance on the gravel roads, how do we have to revisit a policy or a procedure, or how can we improve the quality of the maintenance on the gravel roads in the county? I have had quite a few concerns.
And you're absolutely right, and that's something we try to stay on top of too, and Mr. Leslie and myself are well aware of the fact and watching the weather and trying to avoid situations such as that. For example, a few years back, we went into a dry spell again. And what we ended up doing is actually having the graders sit, because what was happening was they were going out and essentially making more fines, right? As you pointed out, absolutely 100% correct. And and that's not to say the entire county's that way, and we've encountered that as well. We saw one year, the southern portion of the county was much more, have seen much more precipitation than the northern half. So we really try to, as best as we can, keep an eye on for avoiding situations such as that. And sometimes it catches us and the grader gets out there and does a road that really doesn't need to be done, and mistakes happen, you know. So we continually strive to prevent situations such as that. But like I said, sometimes those happen and we're not perfect, but we try to the best of our ability, keep on top of it so that, as you described, we don't encounter those situations where grader goes out that doesn't need to be out there. And what we do though is then when we encounter situations such as this, dry weather for a lengthy period of time, then we just solely concentrate on those areas that have usually intersections or corners, high-speed corners and things like that, where, and I think back to Committee Member Letwin's comments when we did our orientation, you know, in regards to taking out some of the washboard and so on, you know, to address those and, you know, keep the roads safe in that manner. But beyond that, then to step away from those roads that when we enter a dry spell such as that, to avoid having to make the situation potentially worse, as you said, and make it into fines. So is it a perfect system? No, but we do try our best to stay on top of it.
Okay, I just really wanted to raise awareness. The election really wasn't that far, and I did get to talk to lots of residents throughout the municipality, specifically Ward 4. But it was, you know, it's a maintenance on a gravel road is a basic service of a rural municipality, and I think people would like to see if the quality of the maintenance on the gravel roads could be improved. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. And may I offer up as well, Public Works Operations also, to assist in a level of maintenance, does have programs where they also apply calcium to their high maintenance areas to work with some of the washboard. The other thing I'd like to offer up, because I do respect and recognize the experience in the room, is the benefit of the judgment of the operator in the seat itself. And when you apply that, you'll get difference of opinions. And I don't term that as a wrong, but a difference of opinions. When the operator's in the seat and he's looking at a rough road and he's applying his judgment, knowing it's dry, but needing to cut out the washboard, another individual may say you just made it worse. But he's looking at a public safety aspect and saying, I know it's gonna be a little bit more dusty, but I feel that washboard's bad enough to cut. And that's just a difference of judgment. And that's always discretionary. And you will get difference of opinions. And if I may, if that's a priority of council, a very appropriate conversation, in these dry periods, it hasn't been done in the past, but council could increase the level of service by looking in that budget line item and adding enough for a water truck to work with. You know, Mr. Magnus's example of it was dry that year down south. One water truck could be split, one water truck could do 2 beats. You know, 2 grader operators open up 2 sections of road, wet it down and work with the moisture. Our grader operators are diligent at getting out when the timing is optimum, but that's one road and now it's dry. You know, and that also creates a problem. So it is a service level, which is absolutely appropriate for a budget conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Letwin, please go ahead.
Yes, I think Reeve Northcott was referring to, is there some way we can clean up the quality control so we are getting our bang for our buck? And maybe we have to not hire the cheapest grader, maybe we have to hire somebody with a little more experience. Because I know I've complained about this earlier with you, Rick, and I've seen the grader go down the road and he's tickling the top, literally. And you know, you're driving right over the same washboards as you were before. And then other things that are going on too, I noticed out in the rurals is, like kind of spot grading. He'll drop his blade and go around the corner and pick it up and go. And so we're making a lot of miles on these graders. So I don't know if they've got to pay for their cutting edges or what has to happen there. But, trying to keep their costs down and check. But, and maybe they need some extra training. And, you know, I'm not saying that we all have to learn with experience, but, maybe a little extra training or somebody spending a little bit of time with them, showing them the proper way to do it. And other than that, dry conditions are dry conditions, and we get dust, but that's just the facts of life sometimes. But the washboards are definitely a concern, and also when you windrow it over to the shoulder and leave it, instead of pulling it back into the center and keeping your shoulders clean. Just some thoughts.
Thanks, thank you, Councillor Levin, for the comments. Councillor McKay.
Pardon me. I just don't want this to get lost here, just regarding the cost per kilometer compared county to contractor. Even after, because this has been on my radar as well, even after removing a generous salary of 180K from the county budget, we're still at 4,000 per kilometer compared to contractors at 1,800. So is it a matter of we're not paying contractors enough, or is there something missing from this budget that we're not seeing?
Thank you, and no, that budget is reflective. If I may, the balance Clarota County walks, we were kind of talking about it earlier with that 80% contract. Although our in-house, and truly is more per kilometer than contract, but a contract is a designated beat, which is far more efficient. When you have one area, that's your area, and that's what you're responsible for, it's much more efficient and effective and easier to manage a contractor in those parameters. Our two are the ones that get sent out randomly, as well as look after some additional roads. So they're the ones where you get that spot storm or that bad area, rather than paying a contract rate, that's when our grader will highball out and get those random complaints and fill in those voids. So for lack of better terms, that those kickabouts, we've found more efficiency in-house than actually getting a contractor to look after those type of things.
I see. Wouldn't one of the county beats be pretty steady on the Ochese Road though?
They absolutely are, but not full-time. They're just about there. We do designate a grader to the Ochese Road itself, but I believe the numbers work out to about a 2/3.
Okay. It just, when it's double the cost per kilometer, I mean, if it's 25–50% more, but yeah, it's hard to.
Councillor McCauley, please.
Are we missing numbers, like when we're doing our math, trying to figure out those kilometers? Can we get an actual comparison? Like, is that 100% accurate?
That's the information that I have here. The kilometers are here and the cost is here.
That information did come out of the budget items that were given to council.
Just, yeah, just for clarification purposes, I'm not sure I'm following along. Looking at the numbers here, 2026 amount for county grader pool, we're looking at overall 741,863. However, for the contracted grader pool, we're looking at 3,125,600.
Yep.
Okay, so.
We're speaking of the cost per kilometer of graded road.
Mm-hmm.
Right, not to the total cost.
You have the number of kilometers listed in the county beat,
Yes, it is.
Okay.
and it's probably not
Like-
all the kilometers, it's just the kilometers of the beats that they're assigned to. It's not picking up the kilometers that they're doing for the kickabouts that are assigned.
Okay.
Yeah, it does state that this grader is also used as a rover.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you can't put a number of kilometers to a rover. And that's why I said I could understand the 25–50% cost differential, but we're over double.
do have another question. It's on page 81 regarding the Everdale transfer site. I've had residents concerned with safety at that transfer station and whether there can be additional signage while the transfer site is open, or if there needs to be pullouts, or if there needs to be some modifications to that road, because it is with the amount of large industry traffic, whether it's tank trucks, log trucks, and before we have a tragedy at that waste transfer site, is there anything in budget to remedy or address that safety concern for the community?
That was actually addressed this year. What we did do within the transfer station site itself was we opened it up some more. And in such a way that it allowed the additional vehicles to enter that site and hopefully preventing some of the backup occurring on I believe it's Highway 752. Yeah, on that itself. And so we addressed that as best as we could. Like I said, move back some of the bunkers, bins, put some additional signage in, and additional signage, and worked with the transfer station agent to help mitigate some of the traffic flow. So that's what we attempted to do this year to try to mitigate some of that, those safety concerns.
Okay, very much appreciated. Yeah. Is that suitable for a long-term solution?
Again, then that would be something that would have to be further discussed with council as to possible. What we could do as administration, or would do, is bring forward some changes we could do to the road network itself, so that would entail infrastructure, and we could present at that time some options and put it to council for their discussion and debate in terms of moving forward in regards to additional safety measures associated with that road, if need be.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll pass the floor over to Councillor Powell.
Just for someone who uses the Everdale dump and is on that highway, what happens is when people are coming from camping in the west, we've got it's quite heavily trafficked in that area when everybody's coming for the dump. And once we have everybody in, then we've got rows of traffic going east and west, and then we have trucks and trailers coming from out west trying to come down between the centers, and everybody's flying. I think the speed limit on there is 90. It's absolute chaos. It's not safe. And I'm not sure what the easiest way to navigate this is, but if there was some signage even put back just to slow down, it's congested and I don't know how to rectify that. But if there was even just some signage to say, slow down to some type of speed, I don't know what jurisdictions we have on those roads, but it is chaos. And I don't even know if you can change the way that it is. It's coming off that main road. But when you've got campers coming in there from the west on that Sunday, because it's open on Sunday, it is slightly chaotic. So even just for simplicity, some signs on there so far back saying slow down so that they realize you're coming into congested area, because there is campers flying through there. They just don't know that the dump is open is all. But
Would it be something to consider to not have it open on Sundays?
I think that they have it open on Sundays for the people that work during the week, right? So for instance, today if I was gonna go, I wouldn't make the dump, so Sunday is easier for the residents to get there. Honestly, if there was just some signs put, I don't know how far back, just saying to slow, even some sandwich signs to draw some people's attention, I think that those trailers would have time to slow down. But if you're not from here, you don't know that the dump's open. And not even trailers, just people in general flying from out west, right? But
I'm just thinking Saturday might be better than Sunday, right? Because you're not gonna have that traffic trying to get back to Red Deer. It'd just be normal industry traffic.
Yeah.
If they switch the days, then everybody.
that, it may be another thing to look at, but Everdale dump it gets busy in there. But yeah, even some signs to slow down would be until that would be a good start, yeah.
Okay, thank you for some good discussion. Are there any other comments from any committee members at this time? Councillor McKay, your light's on. Do you have any?
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Sometimes lights go on that way. Director Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question came up this morning during the corporate services presentation regarding fiber asset management services, including one call, in terms of the amounts in the budget. So what I can inform you of is that the contracted services budget for 2026 includes approximately $91,000 for those services. 2027, we're projecting $119,000. 2028, projecting $127,000. 2029, $133,000.
Thank you very much for the information. And yeah, that's kind of would be the obvious. As you install more infrastructure in the ground, you would have to increase your cost to provide that Alberta One Call or service level to be able to do the locates for third-party crossings and so on. Councillor McKay.
Just to clarify, Mr. Hagan, that cost is just for the one call service, or that's to have the locate physically done?
I would have to clarify that. The line item I've got is just fiber asset management services. It could include the locates. I'll confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Again, that's great information. If there's any more discussion, if there is not, we'd be looking for a motion to accept item 5, the overview of the operations budget as information. Councillor McKay, you'll make that motion. It's to accept it as information.
Yeah, I will move to accept the overview of operations budget for information.
Alrighty. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. And I think at this time, we'll just take a short 5-minute break. We'll be back right Welcome back from our break. We'll be moving on into the agenda item of item number 6, an overview of the capital budget. And we'll move into item 6.1, the introduction to the capital budget for 2026 on page 307 of our agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to administration. Ms. Serhan.
Sure, thank you. So again, we're just gonna briefly go over some big picture ideas, and then the departments will move into their specific projects. Financial plans for more than 2026 are included as part of legislation to have a 3-year operating plan and a 5-year capital plan. These plans are not approved as budgets, and each year changes are made to these plans based on committee and council decisions throughout the year. Only 2026 budgets are approved, and those are the dollars in future years that commit the county to contracts based on 2026 approvals. Included in the capital budget documents are overviews of each department sorted by asset type, and detailed pages of the projects that have costs assigned to them in 2026. Following these documents are some information on the funding sources for each of these projects and project groups. Each project that is included is required to achieve the service level outcomes that are identified in the governing documents that guide administration's work plan. These were discussed and recommended by either council or the strategic planning committee. Before each department goes through the projects that they are each responsible for, administration would like to highlight some of the big picture thoughts that the committee should keep in mind as these projects are being presented. As always, if there are competing priorities, the committee should identify these, and the committee will then debate and decide the ultimate priorities and funding for these projects. Clearwater County is fortunate in that if council wish to approve the budget as recommended for 2026, there are enough funds to do that within the 2026 operating surplus, with additional funding coming from past year's operating surpluses the council has allocated within the restricted surplus accounts. This would give council the time required to go through and prioritize service levels and capital assets required to provide these services to be better prepared for the 2027 budget. These days set aside for budget deliberations are when the debate and changes should be made known and decisions made for a budget that is recommended for approval to council on December 19th. Administration is aware and sympathizes with newly elected officials having to make decisions within the first several months of being elected, and understand this is no small task being asked of this committee and subsequently council. This committee and council also has to abide by decisions and commitments made by past council, and this council may not wholly support. However, this is the process for elected officials in municipal government. If you have reservations or questions, please make them known during these deliberations to ensure staff includes the projects that are recommended by this committee. Included in the documents attached to this item are the details for the funding sources for these capital projects. They are as follows: capital grants, sale of assets, contributions from other funding partners, mostly that's the town in relation to the fire capital, and use of restricted surpluses, either contributed in prior years or the current year. This information is also included in the details for each specific project. Because each project could have more than one funding source, and it gives an overall picture for each project. Is that it? So again, on page S1, so the summary documents have S in front of the page numbers, just so that you differentiate them from the project details. So on S1, again, is the 4-year financial plan, and we're looking at those lines that are below that excess operating funds. So the capital grants and contributions, capital expenditures, restricted funds used for TCA, tangible capital assets, net excess or deficiency, and then principal payments on debt. So as we move into page S4, 3, you will see that highlighted is the capital grants and contributions line. So in budget 2026 column, it's identified that 61,657,418 have been identified by grants. And then on the following page, S4 is a summary of each of the grants that have revenue coming from them. And then starting on S5, each of those grants are just pulled apart so you can see the specific projects that have grant revenue. And again, it's not the total amount of the project included in these documents. This is just the grant revenue for those specific projects. When you get into the project details, it would have, for example, I'm going to pick on a fire asset. So FRS 007, halfway through page S5, there's breathing apparatus, and I'm not 100% sure if there's funding from the town for that. Oh yes, that is the contribution from the town, the 113. But then the county's portion would be pulled from a restricted surplus account. So that's not the total amount of the project, that's just the grant funding for that project. You would see the total project picture in the details in the fire department when they go through their specific projects. So again, you can see the, oh, sorry, question?
Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Where does the capital grant revenue come from, that $20 million? There isn't a lot of detail there.
Yeah, that's a capital grant for one of the broadband projects.
That's for broadband?
So that money is coming from provincial or federal sources, or?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's all the capital revenues excluding because restricted surplus is technically not a revenue, it's past revenues. Funding those capital projects, and that's what funds Clearwater County's portion, mostly. So then as we move down, then that 4-year financial plan is there again on S8, and you'll see the line highlighted capital expenditures. And then just a snapshot by department of the total of the capital projects by department. Again, that's just so that you can reference that later if you choose to, as the departments get into their details. So then on S11, we're looking at the restricted funds used for tangible capital assets. And in this document, so budget for 2026, pulling from restricted surplus, 69,376,28. And then you will see starting on S12 through S13, this is a summary of each of the restricted surplus accounts and the total coming from those accounts. And then starting on S14 is, again, those restricted surplus accounts being pulled apart so you can see each project being funded from that restricted surplus account. And again, we can speak about this.
Ms. Serhan,
Yes.
I do have a question, and Councillor
go
McKay
ahead.
has a question, but for the restricted surplus accounts, just for example, say we're on page S13,
Yes.
what's the balance, like say for resource roads, what's the balance in that?
Yeah, so if you
Restricted
go
surplus
to
account?
S22,
Okay,
then we start with kind of a timeline of those restricted surplus accounts. So the balance of each of those accounts at the end of 2024, because that's our last audited number, that's why we start there. And then additions, and each year has its own kind of page. So you would see additions in 2025, use in 2025, and a projected balance at the end of 2025. And then the next page, same information, but for the 2026 year.
One more question.
Yes.
Just, so the stabilization fund is,
Yes.
what was the balance in that one historically? That one had a significant amount of money in that one,
Yes,
but it was,
it did. I think the highest balance it got to was $12 million.
and that was reallocated to broadband?
Yes.
Councillor McKay, do you still have a question?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hand. Carry on.
So again, back to that, so at the end of S20 is, again, those totals coming from restricted surplus in those years. S21 is an overview of your term. So it's till the end of, is it 2030? Sorry, my glasses aren't strong enough. End of 2029, 26, 27, 28, 29. And as you can see, as I spoke to earlier, so there's typically $4 to $5 million additional surplus generated through operations for various reasons that we do not budget for in this document, because the budget is conservative in that if the service levels require that spending, it's there to be spent. And there have been years that the additional surplus has been lower. So it just depends on the year and what efficiencies are found within the organization. So this is telling a story of how much is available to be put into those restricted surplus accounts each year based on the revenues that have been projected, and then taking out based on including all of the projects in the plan up to the end of 2029. You can see the yellow highlighted on the S21 are the dollars coming out of restricted surpluses that are not necessarily for the purposes laid out on the name of that account. So for example, in 2026, there's a yellow highlight on operations and administration facility coming out $5.2 million. And then an additional 7 million coming out. You'll see that 7 million on a project. It's for the heated storage project, and when Public Works Infrastructure gets to that, they'll speak to that. That 5.2 million is to ensure that there are restricted surpluses in the accounts required for the projects being proposed in 2026. Does that make sense?
No.
No? So in 2026, there are projects being proposed for that there isn't entirely enough restricted surplus to fund them. So money has to come from a different restricted surplus, or council could choose to raise tax revenue or debenture fund. But in this scenario, what's been presented is $5,244,000 coming out of that facilities, that operation and administration facility restricted surplus to fund the other projects being proposed in 2026.
Councillor McKay.
Could you give us an example of what those projects might be?
Mostly it's broadband. There's
Thank
$13
you.
million coming out of projects being proposed in 2026, and at the end of 2025, there's $8.2 million in there.
I do have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
If there's a project that's currently in process. And it needs, you know, a budget's been drafted here to fund those projects going forward. Just in the event, well, what scenario would take place if the budget was not passed as it's currently presented?
Are you meaning, can council make changes? Absolutely.
Yeah, what would happen to some of those projects, like some of the,
Well, you would have to decide which priorities you wanted to debate about, and then make a decision based on all of the criteria for each of the projects. And there are a lot of projects. I think Public Works Infrastructure said they have 46, so.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. If I may, it really depends on the state of that project. If I could use a hypothetical, a bridge, for example, and it gets tendered out, and the tender gets awarded, and there's a contract signed, and council changes its mind after that and says, you know what, we're going into budget, not gonna fund that bridge replacement, gonna leave it as a restricted bridge. There would be legal ramifications back on the municipality because there's a commitment made. So it depends on the level of commitment of that project is the easy answer. Where there's no commitment, there is no liability for Clearwater County. Brushing is an example. You can pick a number for brushing and say it's $400,000, but then change your mind and it's $200,000, but it's an hourly, it's not tendered out, you just cut back a service because it's not wrapped into a contract or a legal document at that time.
Maybe I'll just get a little more specific here. For broadband, there's a lot of dated and aged infrastructure throughout the municipality. Previous decisions have been made regarding this project, but yet this budget approval falls on this council. Councillor McKay.
Aside from broadband contracts, which we are patiently awaiting, and I believe we should have been presented with before this budget deliberation ever took place, are there any other contracts that this council has unknowingly been committed to?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. Off the top of my head, equipment is a big one. It takes 2 years to get a plow truck, similarly for a grader. So when a replacement is required, there will be a deposit, or a fire truck is another great example. Those take years. So a commitment will be made, with approval, of course. But that could easily go into the following year and even the year after. Our grader beat tenders, another great example. Those aren't an annual. They are designed to be staggered so we don't lose all our grader operators in 1 year and flounder. They are staggered, so they rotate. So that's another commitment. Off the top of my head, I really can't think of too many others outside of that.
Thank you very much, Steve Owens.
You're welcome.
As we go through these capital expenses, I would ask that if there is a case of a contract that's in place, that council be made aware of that as we proceed. Thank you.
Ms. Serhan, please.
Yeah, I think for sure, staff will be making council aware, the strategic planning committee aware of commitments that have been made. And staff have gone through and identified projects that there is no commitment on also. So as we're going through each department, just if this committee would make note of that to be, again, identified in the parking lot, and we'll bring that back for a wholesome discussion at the end so that you can debate on which of those ones that aren't committed that you can move forward on or choose not to. So I think that's, you know, we will be revisiting this restricted surplus documents as we go through each department, and then again after the department presentations. So this is just to give you kind of a sense of where we're sitting. And then, yeah, we would look forward to the discussion as the departments go through their capital presentations.
Thank you. Very-
Yeah, go ahead.
No, is that all for your introduction?
Yeah, that's all for
Okay.
the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and we'll move on to item 6.2 on the agenda, page 336, and it'll be Public Works Operations. And I'll pass the floor over to Operations again.
All right, thank you. Again, good afternoon, members of the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. Once again, I'm pleased to present the draft 2026 capital budget for Public Works Operations. This budget reflects our commitment to maintaining and enhancing the infrastructure and services that support our community's quality of life and well-being. The total capital budget for Public Works Operations in 2026 is $1,946,500, allocated across key asset categories, including implementation of a SCADA system, airport capital, construction equipment, general equipment, and light heavy-duty vehicles. These investments are aligned with industry standards and best practices. The Airport Operation Agreement, which was signed on April 25th, 2023, and Clearwater County's Fleet and Equipment Replacement and Maintenance Policy, and the Fleet and Equipment Management Plan. As such, some key capital investments and highlights are as follows. Number one, construction equipment. Clearwater County plans to invest $512,000 in replacing loaders, graders, packers, skid steers, landfill dozers, tractors, and other essential construction equipment. This is part of a multi-year plan with continued investments projected in future years, reflecting a steady replacement cycle to maintain operational readiness. Two, general equipment.
Sorry, just gonna interrupt. So construction equipment's on page 4, and it will show the annual cost of that project, like not only 2026. Mr. Magnus is speaking to 2026, of course, because that's the budget you're approving, but you will see the replacement of that construction equipment over the 10-year plan.
Number two, general equipment. The budget invests $108,500 for general equipment, such as trailers, gravel stackers, lawnmowers, message boards, and landfill scales. This represents a decrease compared to previous years, specifically the years 2022 to 2024, while still ensuring our support equipment remains reliable and efficient. Three, vehicles, light duty and heavy duty. Vehicle replacements are budgeted at $1,326,000 for 2026, covering pickups, plow trucks, gravel trucks, and specialized vehicles, including those used by community peace officers. This reflects a strategic renewal of our fleet to meet service demands and safety standards. Fourth one is the Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, SCADA. Capital, yes, yep. Sure.
So that's back on page 3. SCADA was first, actually, and then Shop and Fleet, so just so they know where they're.
And my apologies if it's a bit out of order. A capital expenditure of $109,960 is dedicated to installing an integrated SCADA system for water and wastewater treatment facilities in Caroline, Lesaville, Nordig, and Condor. This investment will enhance operational control and monitoring, improving service reliability. Airport capital projects.
Okay, and that's on page 7.
In partnership with the Town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County's share of airport capital projects totals $295,500. These projects include runway and taxiway rehabilitation, taxiway maintenance, airfield lighting, and replacement of a runway sweeper and a 15-foot mower. This investment supports regional transportation infrastructure critical to economic development. In summary, the capital budget aligns with Clearwater County's strategic priorities and service level expectations, ensuring sustainable infrastructure and equipment investment. Equipment replacement follows a planned life cycle approach, minimizing unexpected costs and ensuring consistent service delivery. Carry forward amounts from prior years, such as delayed equipment deliveries or project timing, i.e. airfield lighting, are incorporated to maintain continuity. Funding sources include restricted surplus and contributions from partners, i.e. the Town of Rocky Mountain House, ensuring a balanced and sustainable financial approach. In conclusion, the 2026 Public Works Operations Capital Budget is designed to maintain and enhance our infrastructure assets, support operational excellence, and meet the expectations of our community and council. We look forward to your feedback and are prepared to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Sorry, and just before you start there, page 8, 9, and 10 are is the item from the ICC committee where the airport budget was presented and recommended to the subsequent councils for approval. So the ICC saw this budget. The ICC saw this budget previously in November and recommended for approval.
Councillor McKay.
So is the extra 10,000 that's listed, like it's listed at 305,000, I know you said 295 and it shows 295 here, but it's listed at 305.
Yeah, that would be the airfield lighting, that additional carry forward to the airfield lighting.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe that's.
The town didn't identify it in the ICC committee. Yeah.
That's why we're identifying it now that, in terms of transparency.
Do you have any more questions, Councillor McKay? Councillor Letwin.
What are we sweeping the runways with now?
I'm just going on my knowledge in terms of my aviation background. Right now, they're just using a plow truck. That's as far as my knowledge is. I'd have to refer to their airport manager in regards to what they're using.
Is this for summertime sweeping then? Not snow removal, or is this used in snow removal, this piece of equipment?
Yes, in my understanding for snow.
Pardon me?
Yes, for snow removal.
For snow removal.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Emmons, I think, might be able to add some additional information on that. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Mr.
just, as a quick orientation for the airport to provide council with a little bit of background. We always use loosely the terminology, we're partners with the town and the airport. To get into that a little bit further, actually, we're co-owners. On title, on the deed, it is 50% Clearwater County, 50% Town of Rocky. We are co-owners of the airport. The town is managing partner of the airport. So they do the operations on behalf of the owners, which is both of us. So they set up the programs as per the agreement. The agreement defines their service levels. They present the budget to ICC as per the agreement, and then it comes forward to council, if that helps. But that's the structure behind the airport.
So we also own 50% of the equipment, that's why it's in capital. So it's not like recreation where they own all the assets and we just contribute to that programming. We own the equipment, have 50% of the equipment also.
Councillor McKay.
Is the airport ran by the town as a profit-generating business?
It doesn't make, but no.
That seems odd. Airports are typically a profit center, are they not?
Well, I don't know much about the operations of this airport, but it's not a huge airport. It's used for a staging area for the fire support, air equipment, I guess, for the most part.
Okay. Airport, I mean, I'm ignorant here. Are airports typically municipally funded? I honestly don't know.
There's some background information. Mr. Hague.
I can add a little bit to that. My only other experience with a municipally funded airport was the city of Camrose, and that did not turn a profit. It was a partnership between the city and Camrose County, and they both subsidized the operations there. So the airport existed for other reasons, such as economic development and so forth, that is hard to put a real dollar figure to in terms of, is it an even balance or not? I don't know. It's more, again, the nature of the public sector, where it's service oriented as opposed to profit oriented.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this information will help. So this is in the ICC agenda between the town and the county. So in the agenda, the 2025 revenue for the airport is $231,161. And for the total expense is $326,851. So there's a net deficit of $95,690. That's the operation.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McCauley.
Are there usage stats to go that can come with this? Like how often is the airport used? Utilization rates?
Yes, that's actually, I believe it is provided by the airport manager on a monthly basis, and it's typically attached to the second regular council meeting of the month as additional information, along with the capital projects report and the broadband report, etc. So that information is provided, yes.
I'll have to do better looking. Thank you.
Councillor Letwin.
Okay, check that. Sorry, my apologies. It's quarterly. Yeah, just been informed.
So basically, the taxpayers are responsible for the upkeep and looking after the airport. Is that correct?
Mr. Emmons, you want to provide some background on how Clearwater County and Town of Rocky Mountain House has acquired the airport?
Absolutely. So originally it was provincially owned. The province divested of the airport. So it came to, that's why it's 50% owned actually by the town and county jointly. When the province divested, they gifted it to Clearwater County and Town of Rocky Mountain House. To this day, the largest leaseholder is the province of Alberta, actually. For, as Ms. Sirhan mentioned, for fire suppression, wildland, the water bombers, those types of apparatus, stationed there. Outside of that, there are many leaseholders from local residents, oil field companies at that level use it for that level of private enterprise. But predominantly, the government of Alberta is the largest leaseholder ever and still existing at the Rocky Airport.
Is there any further discussion by the committee? If not, we can move into item 6.3 on the agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to, for item 6.3, Public Works Infrastructure, page 350 of the agenda.
And I do intend on taking the rest of the time here today, so.
I think we'll,
Yeah, that's right.
we'll try to proceed till roughly 4 o'clock, and then we'll recess till tomorrow, but please proceed.
Oh, sounds good. Thank you. Yes, so I am, it's our capital projects list there for 2026 is another large year. I've asked Kate Regland, our capital project supervisor, and Brian Balachuk, our construction supervisor, to join us here today with us. Really want to spend the time to go through the 43 projects, the capital projects that we have. For a magnitude, it's $49 million. So it's a huge investment. And there's everything under the sun for the categories, so I want to spend the time to go through each one of these, unless somebody tells me to hurry up and go faster. But my intention is to describe again which ones are committed, which are service level, which are asset management, which are nice to haves, development driven, so we can make that determination when you guys create the list of what you want to do for 26 and beyond, that we have a really good indication of where you guys are at. So with that, the Public Works Infrastructure Capital Budget includes estimated expenditures needed to pay for assets such as land, construction of buildings, roads, bridges, equipment, water, wastewater, solid waste and recycling, and other major permanent improvements. Some projects in the 10-year capital plan are identified as annual expenditures to maintain the county's current infrastructure. Other projects are associated with future development along with additional assets. Depending on the complexity of the project, preliminary engineering and/or detailed design are typically completed 1 to 2 years in advance before constructing the project. Unlike the county's operating budget, capital expenditures tend to vary year to year depending on the current priority. Further to this, there are multiple funding strategies available for major capital projects, and we will do our best to identify each one, which one actually has a funding mechanism, a grant that's available, etc. So some of these funding examples are, of course, tax revenue, the LGFF, or Local Government Fiscal Framework, the Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF. The acronyms used to be a lot simpler.
That CCBF is it's the one federal grant we get, and it comes through the gas tax, like the fuel tax that you pay at the pump.
Yeah. Formerly known for years as the gas tax, which made it really simple. It was the tax you paid at the pump. That's a fancy name now. So there's also restricted surplus and other grant opportunities as they present themselves. We're always looking, as the government puts out grant opportunities through STIP or other, we had the one grant identified for council earlier this last week was a stimulus grant there after COVID, was to get Albertans back to work. We're always alert to these types of granting opportunities and apply wherever it makes sense. So we're going to get into the summarized draft 10-year capital plan. I can't say it enough. There's 43 capital projects with a magnitude of $49.5 million, not including the Caroline Ice Plant. I got that as noted, so we're going to talk about that one as well. And then for an update as a communication strategy for council, every month we provide a capital projects status update. The capital or directors' reports have really evolved over the years. This seems to be well received with the pictures, the brief description of the project, as well as where we are with that. Always looking for feedback from the community and council. Are you satisfied with that amount of reporting, for these types of projects? I think you might have seen a couple of the reports so far. But again, look forward to your feedback on that type of reporting if you want more or less, or something needs to be changed. So, moving right into the work. So on page 12, we have the large summary, and I am going to turn it over to Kate. She is the most familiar as our capital project supervisor, to start going through each one of these projects line by line. We'll be flipping to the project page, which provides the description as well as more detail, the numbers, some of the funding, etc. And we're open to have the conversation starting with the first item on page 16 with the Township Road 41-3 survey. And I'll let her kick it off there.
Okay, so as Eric mentioned, we will go through every line by line. I'll reference what page the details are on, not your guys' summary. So I'll stop after every category if you have any questions, or you can stop me anytime and we'll try and get through some of this before. So the first one is Township Road 41-3 survey. So the budget is for 100,000 and that's identified on page 16. This is due to a historical error for survey monuments. And the budget is to pay for land off residents to help rectify our 30-meter road right away. So currently, the way it's set up is it's 20-meter right away and we built to a 30-meter right away. So we're not going to be affecting parcels land per se. It's our ditches and back slope that we're looking to encompass in this 30-meter right away. The 1900, so page 17 for road construction admin. This budget is for 4 permanent staff who facilitate capital projects. So the construction supervisor, 2 construction foremen, and the capital project supervisor. As we mentioned earlier this year, the changes are the land and industry coordinator has moved to our operating budget. So page 18, gravel road rehab. So the maps that Eric just handed out are the proposed road list. I might let him speak a little more to the gravel road rehab.
I'd love to catch up. Maybe if
Well,
Brian wouldn't mind coming up as well.
Yes, your speaking notes are here. And then your map.
So, yeah, sorry about that, I just,
You're good.
I've just provided everybody a map, and that's how we typically do our gravel road rehab. So it's an annual investment into our gravel road inventory. We have close to 1,900 kilometers of gravel roads. And annually, our construction staff assess our roads there and then provide them a condition rating. We do up a recommended rehabilitation list that's provided today. Some of the history of our gravel roads in Clearwater County that, back in the 50s, they were topsoil elevated, which means they basically used any equipment that they had and they rolled everything in the ditch. The ditches were not stripped. It was the topsoil, it was debris, corduroy, everything was rolled into the center. And then over the years, they've been clay capped or gravelled. And then what we found is as time goes on, equipment's getting heavier, the usage is increasing. Topsoil is compressible under load, as well as susceptible to water and damage. It increases our maintenance costs with some increased washboard. So we do have a proactive program to reconstruct our gravel roads there to address some of the worst. And the way that our scoring system is designed is that we give roads that are seeing black dirt or topsoil migrating to the top as some of the highest priorities, because we know that those typically have our highest maintenance costs. So there again, I've provided a map. I know we don't have we'll have a couple of days there to look at that, and as well as we can discuss that. And I've included Brian here to discuss, if you have any questions about our program. I will say this about the program today. We do not have any roads that we are required to close because of the condition of our gravel roads. I have seen that historically with a bad spring, that between the freeze thaw, that the road's getting so bad that we've actually had to put up safety fence around holes because they basically swallow a small car or pickup. And I can tell you, we don't have any roads in our inventory that are in that shape. So this is I'm gonna call it a very proactive program to reconstruct our roads. And the $5 million investment is been typical for our annual investment. But I know that under the constraints that we have with our budget, this might be one of the projects that you look at to look for funding for possibly other sources. So.
I have a question.
Certainly.
For 354, the Crammon Road, the section of that to the east was previously reconstructed. Is it constructed to a base pave standard? Is the future projection that would be paved from Highway 22 west towards Burnstick Lake Road?
So we do not have any of the gravel roads that we're currently working on constructed to a base pave standard other than the Beaver Flats Road. That one was by design constructed to a base pave standard, even though it's not in the 10-year capital plan. I'm going to caveat that right now because there's lots of people that are watching this today. But it was the culverts were all extended because those very, very large fills that were required on that road. But that one is designed for a base pave standard. That Crammond Road is not currently, but maybe get Brian to possibly speak to it, but.
Yeah, and I guess is there future projections of that road being paved? And I was just, to go a little bit further, yeah, I'll wait for the answer on that first.
We've reconstructed the first 3 miles coming off of Highway 22 going towards Burnstick Lake Road. The last 2 miles, we have 2 culverts that were inspected by a third-party engineering company that they recommended those culverts be replaced, which are deep fill culverts that we're gonna have to close the road to remove the culverts and replace them. So that's why those are on the priority list to get done, as it's a maintenance issue as well as road surface.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Councillor McKay, do you got a question?
I'll take the question first.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
I noticed even on this little map that was provided here that there are some roads that are dead-end roads that are on this schedule. Is there more than the ones that we can see that are also dead-end roads? And I guess could they be reprioritized?
Absolutely. So the short answer is absolutely. Any road on that list could be reprioritized. There's no previous commitments with these projects. The no exit roads, it's an interesting conversation because, and it happens a lot, because they're seen as a low priority, and I agree. Typically lower volume. A lot of times no exit roads get added on to if there was a through road project that was already ongoing and we already had a borrow pit open. It's actually much more economical to try to clip off an 800-meter no exit if you already had a close borrow source for there, as well as no exit roads are the highest risk. That if in the event, as this is an industry heavy community, if there's a rig move or a frac that goes down a no exit road and it is, I'm gonna call it neglected by us because we say it's low volume because of its current use, but then we have a heavy industry use goes in there and blows it up, damages the road, so then it becomes a real concern because it's usually one way in, one way out for the residences. So again, it's a proactive program. We do like to try to nip off those no exits when we're in the area, but it's not well received. No exit roads are never well received because it looks like a waste of money. But until the day that you can't drive down that road and because of the ruts are too deep because we've neglected it for too long. So that'd be my opinion on no exits.
Thank you.
So the only other thing I wanted to pick up on your question about paving priorities. We sent out, a couple of weeks ago about a paving priority list, but that has never been a priority of the last 2 councils. We don't have a lot of roads that are on the brink of where it becomes cost beneficial to be for paved versus a gravel road standard. So it hasn't been a priority for the last few councils to have a paving priority list. So when you asked if this road is on that list, I'm gonna say it's been identified as one of the potential projects, but it has never even been considered in our 10-year capital plan. That was the Crammond is what I was referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay. So the next one is on page 19, West Country Roads. So this is for grading of North Fork Road from kilometer 19 to just under kilometer 25, which is the bridge structure on North Fork Road. So the 2027 budget is six budget is for detailed design, and 2027 budget would be for the construction. And just as a note, from the pavement for about 10 kilometers has already been regraded. Okay, next one on page, you wanna keep going on it? Oh, sorry. This we've identified as a service level project. It has not been awarded or contracted out or tendered out yet. That would be anticipated for 2027.
I'll even go a little bit farther. This, the last time we presented the 10-year capital plan to the previous council, this is one of the ones that we actually recommended as to say that, if there was a project that could be removed from the 10-year capital plan, it was added as a councillor-specific priority, somebody that frequents the area. We do understand that section road requires maintenance, but as you can see from the capital perspective, it's an expensive piece of road, and of course, roads are not getting any cheaper, but this was, when we were looking at the 10-year capital plan and the gloom of the long-range plan, this was one of the projects we looked at that could be removed. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Okay.
Funding source for that? So the funding source for that is West Country Road restricted surplus. So if you cancel that project, then you would, if you wanted to use those dollars for something else, that's one of the ones that you would reallocate from this restricted surplus. There is a policy that $300,000 goes into this restricted surplus every year. But it's at council's discretion to move that money. So not just canceling the project would remove those dollars, make those dollars available for a different project, you'd have to move them out of that restricted surplus.
Thank you for the information.
Okay. So moving on to gravel pits, which is on page 20. The budget is for $3 million and it is to purchase land for a strategically located gravel pit. So as we mentioned, we are looking for a strategic location within the northeast corner of the county. The general area that we're focusing on is north of Highway 598, south of Highway 53, and east of Highway 22. So currently we do have a stockpile site in that location. As Eric mentioned, we have to truck gravel there or purchase gravel to be hauled there, and it is getting costly because it is coming from about 70 kilometers away. Typically, we like to do a winter haul for that. So if a source is identified through our gravel pit exploration budget, these dollars would be allocated to, if it is on private land, to purchase that lot. If found, that's a big caveat.
And this is funded through a restricted surplus that in your documents shows, sorry.
Yeah, it says gravel stores.
All of the restricted surpluses account balances are on S22. So you would see that the gravel stores one is in that non-annualized priority, so that middle bar, and it's about halfway down, is $4.4 million. I guess S23 would show the coming out of that restricted surplus for that purchase, or that work happening in 2026. That's the summary document once, S23. Yeah. Okay, sorry guys, thanks.
No worries. So moving on to the detailed page is page 21. So this is for erosion protection along Range Road 6-4, which is being encroached by a channel of Clearwater River. This project has been identified for a few years, and we have been successful of obtaining all of our approvals. And so we did apply for a grant under the Drought Flood Protection Program. They could fund up to 70% of the project, which would be around $840,000. They did tell us that they have received our grant. However, they did not give us a timeline when we would hear back. So for this project, it is funded through core infrastructure, and we do have everything ready to go. However, it has not currently been tendered. Okay, so any questions kind of on the first general infrastructure?
Councillor McKay.
Is the 6-4 road, is that currently closed or where is that road?
No, so some people refer to it as Ben's Road. It's an angled road kind of along the Clearwater River. Where we had the last major issue was in the high water event in June of 2022, where a side channel breached the main river and it is just encroaching on our road shoulder. So this is to be proactive so we don't have a James River Road incident where it did wash out the whole further distance. There are 2 privately owned properties on the west side of this road that are currently losing land due to this encroachment of the river. This won't address their issue. It is mainly focused on saving our infrastructure.
It's, yeah, the curvature of the road there, it's in Ward 4. And actually staff and Mr. Emmons we did look at this, it was probably a couple of years ago now.
Yeah.
But it is, the river is continually eroding the bank.
Yeah.
Just due to the curvature of the river, it's just west of Caroline. I think it's roughly 2 miles.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you're familiar kind of where our Cooper gravel pit is. It's a big gravel pit with a lake. This is kind of southwest. If you continue to go south and then west and south and then west, you'll come across it that way.
Any further? Councillor Letwin?
So you're going to do riverbank repair, erosion repair?
Protection.
Protection?
Yeah, to protect our infrastructure. So the plan is to place riprap.
Sorry, it says repair here.
Yeah,
Riverbank
so-
and erosion repair, I thought you were going into the river.
We will be when we're placing our riprap. And we do have the approvals to do that work. We just have not tendered it out yet.
Right, and so you have to go through fisheries and oceans?
Yes, and we did that throughout 2025.
Pardon me?
We did that throughout 2025, is to obtain our DFO approvals, public lands, all those that were required, landowner consents, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the next category is asphalt overlay. So on page 22, there is a budget of $35,000 for the asphalt overlay program from 2025. So the budget is for warranty inspection and coordination, and budget for any disturbance reclamation that would not be under warranty. And this would just be coming out of our surface roads restricted surplus. And it is carried forward from 2025. So there was we did have additional budget compared to after we tendered it out, and then we were just rolling over additional $35,000 of unspent funds from 2025. So page 23 is referring to the asphalt overlay proposed list for 2026. We did identify a budget of 6.9 million. However, in this, we did account for 520,000 to do 1 mile south of Highway 11 on Range Road 63, which is also known as the Arbutus Road. That is heavily used by an oil company to go to their new plant site. Is that what they call it? Sure. And we did meet with them and we proposed a 50-50 cost share. However, on December 4th, they rejected the offer. So our recommendation for a proposed new budget is actually $6,380,000, down from the 6.9. And we would remove the Arbutus Road 1 mile and monitor it as required. This one is scheduled for an overlay in about 2029. So we would monitor it and if need be, put further road bands on it, just kind of watch it because it is starting to get some cracking and real wheel rutting on that section of road due to the heavy traffic.
Do they have alternate access rather than using that?
They could use 6-4 gravel.
And there's no road ban? Is there any ban on that at any time in the year?
No, we typically say dry or frozen track.
Okay. I don't see any more comments or questions. Councillor McKay.
Are any of these roads on this list in an emergency state?
Not emergency, no.
Okay.
No, so our schedule is to do approximately 15 years for overlay. After our engineer did an inspection, his highest priority would be the Rainbow Ford Road. That one is just old, what word does he use, sorry. Due to the, like, from the color of the road, you can tell that lots of the oils have been evaporated due to like the sun usage. We also like to do, a couple of these are 90% ban, so we're looking when we come over and do our overlay, it would be to a ban-free structure.
So the Rainbow Ford Road would be done to ban-free?
The reason Rainbow Ford Road is banned is due to the curves. The structure will meet 100%.
But it could never be ban-free though.
That's actually, that's not quite correct.
Oh, sorry.
You know, you do a great job. I just sitting here really enjoying not having to present it all, but it's chewing me up a little bit.
I know, I can tell, I can
love it,
feel
I love it, it's good. So Rainbow Ford has a long history of, you know, as the reason why it's banned is actually to control that it was not to be a truck route into town. It's a narrow road, and we didn't want it to be a bypass road there. When we have the Timey Road, we have 598, you know, good access in the town of Rocky Mountain House, Highway 11. We didn't want the Rainbow Ford Road to be the cut across or the shortcut through on our infrastructure. So that's why that road is banned 50%. We also provide exemptions to any user that requires, you know, the landowners up and down the road. All they do is call in and we provide an exemption for them. But that is nothing but truck control on that road. So it's actually currently to a ban-free standard. The overlay for this road is structure. Back in 2009, it was, I'm gonna call it maybe an experimental product. It was an asphaltic cement mixture that we used on the existing grade, and then we paved over top of that. And it didn't perform as well as what we'd hoped. So we are seeing some deterioration, some rutting. The unfortunate part there with the overlay is that it's gonna get even a little bit narrower again. We actually had it as a priority for 25, sorry. But the town of Rocky Mountain House had indicated that they were gonna do their portion in 2026. So we actually bumped it to this year and hoping that there would actually be a cost savings there to combine that paving project with the town's paving of their Rainbow Ford Road. So yeah, it's really just based on condition. It is still gonna be banned at 50%, but the structure is going to facilitate ban-free. That's the story about the Rainbow Ford Road.
Okay.
You know, and it is, you know, you asked the question about emergent repair. We're not having any of our roads, we haven't had any big flip outs or anything like that. We have, you know, depending on the spring, you know, spring breakup, we've seen other examples of the James River Road, for example. That one spring, I think 4 years ago, I've never seen a asphalt road deteriorate so quickly and actually flip out chunks of asphalt. And that was an absolute emergent repair by the province. And we've been fortunate enough that I think, are again, proactive in supporting and maintaining our surface road network, that we would never have to have that type of damage on one of our roads. But a lot of it's weather dependent and what kind of spring we're gonna get.
Councillor Letwin.
Yes, the Rainbow Ford Road, you wanna do an overlay to it. You mentioned that it was very, very narrow, so are you gonna have to do a bunch of shoulder work to keep the top wide enough? Or are you gonna narrow it right up and it becomes a traffic hazard then for the locals?
It's going to be narrower than it is today. We did identify some areas of some improvements for side slope improvement, but we weren't intending to do shoulder widening on that road.
Mm-hmm, right. And does the Timey Road have road bounds on it in the summertime? Or the spring, I mean, I'm sorry?
Timey Road is now ban-free.
It's not ban-free, okay.
Timey Road is now ban-free.
Oh, it is now ban-free, oh,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was overlaid last year, 24, to become ban-free.
For funding for the asphalt overlay, did you go over that with that is about $2 million? That's where the LGFF get applied to, as well as the CCBF. That's where we typically apply for the ease of reporting, and it fits in the box of the local government fiscal framework very well as that item for that funding typically.
Gas tax fund really likes asphalt So it's just a really easy approval for that, and that's the $700,000 one. And LGFF also, it's, we just know it'll be approved, so.
Councillor McKay.
So if we were to reallocate some of these funds and delay these projects, how would that affect the grants for the moving forward?
We just have to be more creative with other grant applications. But if there was, other priorities other than these, we would just have to see what those new priorities are and to see if they could fit within that LGFF. But if it's part of our asset management plans of some description, it would very likely would fit somewhere. But I was just wanting to make you aware that this is where we do put it currently, but it likely could be reallocated, yes.
Sorry, I should rephrase that. In a worst case scenario where we're unable to perform any asphalt overlay projects and we require that money elsewhere, and we have, we can't take those grants this year, would that affect us getting those grants next year?
No, actually, you can stack LGFF, so
okay.
you don't have to use it every year.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
So just clarify, so stack it so we could still apply for that 2 million. And then next year we'd be able to apply for an additional 2 million and have 4 million the following that way.
That's my understanding, but.
Yes, so we wouldn't apply a project until we had one. So we wouldn't receive the funding until we had an approved project. The province won't advance the funds until there's approved project. Once the project is approved by council, then we submit it to the province. But it can, I think it's either a 4 or 5 year window. The province would hold on to that money for you.
So
you know what I mean?
we wouldn't lose 26's
No.
2 million, it would just, in 27 there'd be 4.
That's right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McKay? Please proceed.
So on page 24, it is for the asphalt overlay proposed roads for 2027. So the budget of 30,000 would be for a assessment on our asphalt roads. He does it during the spring, as Eric mentioned, if there's any breakup or new items popping up. And then the proposed roads for 2027 would be Caroline South and Forest Road South. That's based on their schedule for when they would be due for their next overlay. However, we do reassess it every year based on the condition. Okay.
Or Kate, do you want to speak to how many kilometers we have and how it falls like that you do a sum every year?
Yeah, so we have, it says 369 in here. My last count is quite similar. I can't off the top of my head. I thought it was like 375, but anyways, so we aim to do approximately 23 kilometers of road per year. This would just help keep up on our down the road. So yes, we can keep pushing it down, but then you'll continue to push down throughout 15 years from now. And that's kind of the goal that we set, is just to get that, and it's in line with 15 years. We are starting to look at a different maintenance program to apply to our surface roads to extend it to a 20-year overlay program on band-free structures. It could range from, we're looking at, say, a chip seal at year 10, and hopefully that will prolong it to the 20 years as opposed to the 15. And that would be under the maintenance program of the surface road. Okay, so the next category is base pave. So on page 25 and 26, so the 2026 budget includes 200,000 for detailed design, including provincial and federal approval applications. The budget also includes 450,000 for cost contribution for the realignment of 400 meters at the west end of this roadway. I'm unsure of the whole background you guys have been caught up on. However, Ochese is looking at replacing the bridge structure over the river, Baptiste River. And they would like to realign this bridge structure so the new bridge can be built at the same time the existing structure is in there. Also to help fix their curves within their roadway alignment. However, in turn, the new alignment of the bridge has affected the first 400 meters or the west 400 meters of the Ochese Road that is managed by the county. So they, from a motion from 2025, they did agree to pay up to $450,000. However, it is based on 50% of the costs. So they have not tendered the project as far as I'm aware. They were still designing it, last correspondence we had. And so we did include the budget for that 400 meters, which would be included in their tender program. And then, that's kind of where the budget ends for that. However, based on the new grading and base pave estimates, the new total, including a bridge structure replacement on Ochese Road, is just under $26,400,000. That would make our third cost contribution up to $8.8 million. So the resource road reserve, which we would be recommending to pull the $650,000 out, would now be at $7,350,000. So we would need to add more funding to that reserve to get to our third, if we were to proceed with the $650,000. Restricted surplus, my apologies. And there is potential for cost savings on that 400 meters at the west end. There will be reshaping. So I'm estimating the potential cost savings would be about $200,000 to $317,000 if the 400 meters is realigned in 26-7.
I do have a question. Would you be able to provide, there was lots of discussion historically on this, but just to, regarding the bridge, and there was federal funding that was going to be allocated to that new bridge, and I think the Ochese was also had a contribution. I can't remember all the numbers off the top of my head, but do you have that information available for this council or this committee?
As most of my information I have, it's rounded. So $20 million bridge, I believe the Ochese was going to contribute $1 million of their own dollars into that. They identified this additional road construction or road realignment outside of their scope. They weren't keen on investing in someone else's municipality. So that's why the original ask was for the entire cost of that realignment of that last 400 meters to a paved standard, which, you know, for us to have a gravel road all the way up and then only have 400 meters of surface road at the end, it's from an operational standpoint there, it didn't make a lot of sense for us. So after a lot of conversation with council there, it was determined that based on the estimates and the values, the value of the gravel road reconstruction is about 900,000. So that's why we settled on the 450 with up to a maximum of, because that would have been about 50%. And then included with that was to be discussed at budget deliberations, which here we are today, was the detailed design, get ready for tender for the project starting as early as, we anticipate that it would take the entire 2026 year to get all the permits in. But that was the $200,000 of the $600,000 budget that's presented today was to actually go forward with that detailed design. But really the caveat is how comfortable is this council moving forward with detailed design? Because we've identified, you know, over the past couple of years, the risks of moving forward with a project without moving forward with the project. You know, it can be some lost investment if you to go into the permitting process without the intention of moving forward with the project. So there again, I wanted to get the comfort level with this group to move forward with that design and to see the commitment for the project.
So yeah, there's two projects really. There's the bridge, which is project one, and then the balance of the road to get it up to a base paved standard, which would be completely another project.
Yeah, so really that's and you summarized it very well. That $650,000 is split up into two asks. One's for detailed design for $200,000, and the other is a commitment that through motion was made for the $450 for that gravel road reconstruction. So it's in our opinion, that money is committed, but the $200,000 for the detailed design is very much in council's purview to decide whether to move forward with it or not.
Right. And right now there's, as far as I know, there hasn't been a third party or the other 1/3 for a partnership or so that there's still no third partner to fund the 1/3 of that road at this time. Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor, that one.
Yes, these bids here, these quotes, cost estimates, does that include all reclamation, taking out the old bridge and doing the reclamation work? Or is that a separate budget?
No, we have included the bridge culvert replacement in the 26 million.
Right, but I'm saying reclaiming the old bridge, getting it out.
Oh, the Ochese,
Yeah.
I'm unsure. That would be all under their project, which is separate. Yeah, because it's on within their boundaries. We do have a bridge size culvert that needs to be replaced within our 26 million, within our road and our area. I did apply for some funding for that bridge culvert, however, we usually typically don't find out until about March or April.
Bridge culvert you're putting in, is that Range Road 55? By Alhambra?
No, this is right on the Ochese. She's
It's
still
right on the
referring,
Ochese Road.
she's still talking about the Ochese, so.
Yeah, sorry, we're still on Ochese.
I misunderstood, I thought you had two of them going on here.
No, yeah, sorry, we're referring to the bridge project within Ochese, that Ochese is taking, which in turn resulted in the 400-meter realignment. And within our 26 million cost estimate, it does include one bridge culvert structure on Ochese Road that is due for replacement. And then Range Road 55 would be under our bridge section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To the restricted surplus, so at the end of 2025, there was a balance of 8 million, and then if 650 came out to fund the projects, there was also intended to be $1.4 million going in that restricted surplus in 2026, so that council's 1/3 of that project would be funded in the restricted surplus accounts. And of course, if council doesn't move forward with this project, or however they feel about this project, that could change that 1.4 million going in 2026 and being reallocated, or even the full $8 million being reallocated, if that's something council wants to explore.
Great.
Okay. So at the end of 2026, there would be $8.7 million in there.
Okay.
Okay.
There's no further, yeah, please carry on.
So page 27, we're on to landfill projects. So the leachate evaporator would be carried forward from 2025. So what we are looking to do is source, it's called an eco-mister. So in short form, it is a unit that will spray the leachate over an existing cell to reduce the amount of costs for hauling this leachate. We did get an estimate in October 2025 for the unit, just due to logistics and trying to find the best setup, because you do need a power source and you need a storage tank. This is carry forward, and the 2026 work includes the eco-mister itself, as well as the storage tank and the electrical hookups. And then page 28. So there is a budget of $25,000 for cell maintenance. So the 2026 budget is for an assessment and inspection on the reclaimed industrial cell. This one has been reclaimed for approximately 9 years, I want to say. Reed will correct me. Could be 8, could be 10. And typically that's when you start to see issues with it, just due to compaction. So we're looking to do an assessment inspection on that reclaimed cell, and then we have identified budget in 2027 to rectify any deficiencies or repairs that have been found. Both these landfill projects would be funded through the solid waste restricted surplus.
I do have a question about the leachate. How much leachate how many cubes of leachate is hauled annually roughly? It would depend
I
on,
thought it was in the 300, but
Rainfall.
I don't want to. Oh, he's here, great.
and where I was, just a little bit further to that, it's injected into a disposal well, or could it be used for fracking?
No, as far as I know, they take it to a certain contaminated storage site.
Good afternoon, council. Sorry. Reeve Northcott, to answer your question. Our average, so we have the industrial cell, that average is the 5-year average from up to 24. We're looking at about 10,500 cubic meters a year. And in the municipal side, we're looking at about 9,000 cubic meters a year. And our costs right now are running about $22 a cube. It's deep welled, Secure Energy is just down the road. The industrial leachate is something we'll have to continue to deep well. Okay, there's no opportunity to reduce the volumes in that. The municipal cell is where our focus is, between hauling and disposal. I would estimate around $250,000 a year. Eco-Mister around the 200. Doesn't mean some volume will still have to go to deep well, but we could probably offset. We think there's a payback on that machine within 5 years on the business case. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if there's been ever discussions to utilize that fluid for fracking.
Yeah. You've heard different, talking about with the fracking. I think some of the levels of contamination depends. Like the industrial cell, I would suggest probably not, because there's a high salt content. There's various other particulars in there where the only opportunity we have is right now to deep well. The leachate from the municipal cells, again, it'd probably be having a holding structure and different things. We'd have to look deeper into that potential for fracking. It has been discussed a little bit. Do we have technically enough volume? 10,000, 9,000 sounds like for what their needs are quite extensive.
Yeah, no, just with the importance of fresh water.
Yeah.
And it's always talked about.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If you could save 9,000 cubes of fresh water, well, that's 9,000 cubes of less fresh water that would have to be utilized for fracking.
Absolutely.
I do want to build on that, the frack water a little bit. It is a discussion that we are having with our industry partners. Actually, it just came up as recent as on the 4th, when we were discussing the Arbutus Road. What came up was discussion about using lagoon effluent for fracking. So knowing that we have these nice, beautiful holding cells in Leslieville now, there was some expressed interest in the effluent water supply. What typically the industry user I was talking to, they were looking like, you had like a 50,000 cube containment system there. That's what they need for about a frac. So they're doing their part, I guess, as they describe, with using produced water and creating ponds to hold produced water. But they'll never get away from the need from fresh water. So, there is more exploration and more conversations that have, even with us, that there might be an opportunity to use some of our effluent, which is on a release schedule that would fit their needs there as, a produced water in essence there that they could possibly use for fracking. So it's conversations we are having with the industry user, and we'll keep council aware of any opportunity that we get there that it could be. I know even the town of Rocky Mount was in conversations with the same, to try to use some of this effluent there for some of this alternative uses.
Okay. And I've actually worked right beside Three Hills. They've used lagoons and completely dried that one. I don't think there was an ounce of water left in that lagoon, but carry on.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is our landfill projects, and next is dry hydrants. So on page 29, it's the cistern, for Misty Valley. So due to procurement and budget adjustment, the project was carried forward into 2026. This project has been awarded, and they're looking at installing the tank itself this month. However, I haven't seen an update since, so it might get pushed back. The cistern was ordered in October and it's looking to be installed in December or January, and they would come back in the spring and finish the deficiencies. And this would be funded through our core infrastructure restricted surplus. And then page 30, it is a budget of $450,000 to install a cistern beside the existing dry hydrant and storm pond within Cougar Ridge subdivision. This was identified as a site that does not have adequate water flow from the existing hydrant by our fire department, our regional fire division. And this would also be funded through our core infrastructure restricted surplus. Any questions on cisterns?
The way we describe dry hydrants, you know, it is definitely an increased service level. You know, these old cisterns or these dry hydrants were installed years ago now. And unfortunately, it's the amount of lift and required for our apparatus there are unable to create that lift. The dry hydrants are a really good solution for having that 25,000 gallons on demand. But it's, as you can see, it's an expensive level of service. You know, as we're seeing, the water source is right there. The dry hydrant's not functional, but and you say this, the dry hydrants cisterns are definitely a higher level of service for that area.
This is a, you know, we often hear that it's your land, you should be able to do what you want with your land, and if you want to develop it or subdivide it or create a multi-lot subdivision. So the developer in multi-lot subdivisions, you know, they get the financial benefit from selling the land, but yet the rest of the community is left with the burden. This is a really good example for a $450,000 project to build now adequate fire suppression amenities for that community. So this is a really good example that it, you know, does have an impacts on the remaining residents of the community. Councillor Humphrey, I seen your light was flashing, please, if you have another comment.
Right, you asked my question.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that was perfect. That was my thought. So originally, when that subdivision was applied for, that wasn't a requirement of having it. Is it now a requirement going forward so that subdivisions apply for this so that the developer funds the cost of that so that the rest of the taxpayers in Clearwater County don't have to come in afterwards and foot the bill, is where I'm looking.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely fair to say that these are lessons learned. I'm calling them expensive lessons learned. You know, I know when both these subdivisions were created and when these fire ponds were done, it's about 18 years ago. You know, it was a Clearwater County requirement for them to provide a water source as well as the, you know, there is an option even from a policy perspective to either provide a cistern or a dry hydrant. It's our job as the approval agency to say that yes, that is acceptable, and then we assume ownership of that infrastructure moving forward and having to maintain it. Unfortunately, these two dry hydrants I don't think were ever functioned that the way that they were designed. They were accepted as such, and it's just been through our audits of our water availability that's identified that these dry hydrants are non-functioning. What are we going to do about them? We set out a plan a couple of years ago saying the only thing we can really do is actually put in cisterns to make them functional. So they're right beside the water source, so they have the recharge there. They're in fiberglass tanks that require minimal maintenance, no vegetation management, etc. So we think that is the solution. We know that is the solution because it's in a contained area. And this is the last one.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I think that's the last one on our list. We
Within
do
our
have,
proposed 10-year budget, yes.
Yeah. It's dry hydrants in ponds do work if you have a really good elevation sequence, I guess. You're really basically Lestiville at the fire training area. That one works quite well because it is part of the stormwater management plan, but it's because that land is so flat that it works well. And we're seeing that function. These ones in Misty Valley and in Cougar Ridge are both in the bottom of large draws, so the water's just too far away to try to build a road down there to get access so that they could draw on it there. It's cheaper to just put in a cistern and more effective because the type of grades that you would have to create, the additional land you'd have to buy, it's prohibitive.
Thank you for the clarification.
I see Councillor Powell has some comments or questions.
It's a little bit off topic, but it was back to this 450,000. You're right about the subdivisions, Reeve, and your question about, I mean, it is to the taxpayers now to pay the $450,000 for something that that the developer did. And there will be more asks, I think, coming through because with the subdivisions that are currently in Clearwater County now, people want pavement and they want SB 90 and different things that maybe aren't in policy right now, but with these subdivisions, I think you will see people wanting more attention and more needs in them, and it really should have been on the developer and the original thing when it happened. And I think going forward with subdivisions, there needs to be appropriate things asked by those people doing the subdivisions if more get approved. Just my opinion, though.
Thank you for your comments. Please proceed with the presentation.
Okay. So the next category is bridges. So on page 31, there is a bridge file 70151. So this one is carry forward from 2025. So due to unsuccessful land acquisition, the county had to redesign the bridge in 2025. The project was tendered this summer and was awarded to a contractor, Formula Alberta, and the anticipated start date is February 2026. This structure did receive a grant for $1,272,500, and the balance would be paid through the Bridge Reconstruction Restricted Surplus. Then on page 32, BRB 2026. So this is the list of our bridge rehabilitation for 2026. There are 5 structures identified, and I just want to note on page 32, I accidentally referenced bridge file 70151 again in the STIP funding comment. So that's duplicate. This should actually be bridge file 76818, which is major repairs to the Bighorn Bridge. So it crosses the Bighorn River by the Bighorn Reserve. And that project has also been contracted out and awarded to a company. And the contract completion date is April 30th. So that's just, I needed to correct that because it was duplicate. So the other bridges are more or less carry forward from 2025. Bridge file 8836 is a restricted bridge, and it was designed throughout 2025, ready for tender in March, pending budget approval. Bridge file 70717. So this bridge is the one that is currently closed, just northwest of Alhambra. The landowner negotiations weren't completed until October, and then we also just received our DFO approval, so we are ready to tender that bridge in January, pending budget approval. Bridge file 77947. This one crosses Mud Creek, which is just west or east off of Highway 22. This is a structure that also received STIP funding through that local bridge program. So that is up to 75% of the cost, which was estimated at just over 700,000. So out of the entire budget of 6.8 million, 708 is fundable through grant. Okay, and then we also have budget within there to do some preliminary engineering on bridges that we intend to replace in 2027. The approvals are taking longer and longer between landowners, provincial, federal, so we are starting these earlier and earlier for a couple years just to get 1 year for all of our approvals and then construction the following. Any question? Do you want me to stop there or keep going? Yeah.
It's a good place to stop.
Yeah, it is a lot of information for the committee to take in, and it is also a lot of work on staff for all the time that you've taken to present this information to the committee, so maybe at this time we will recess, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock AM.